Hey, Treasure Chills, what's up? How you doing? For some reason, it looks like my green screen is still on to some extent. Let's see. Yep, sure was. Okay. Much better. That's all good. I hope. Hello. Yep, that one works. Okay. We're good. I need an eye drop. All right. That. Oh, well, that popped up really quickly or slowly. I don't know how you're going to say that. Let's see who we got. Hey, Lincoln, how you doing? It's good to see you. Hey, Lambo Stacker, good to see you as well. So, the plan is, well, I'm gonna do my normal thing. Drink some wine. Try to relax. Look at some quarters, and maybe have some people go and make friends with my friend Tim once he gets his stream up and going, because we're just gonna dual stream. And yeah, I guess it'd probably help if I got his link. And I don't know why this is dragging took us, but it is. So I guess I'll just deal with it. So how's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, that was something funny. I was trying to mess with my friend's computer a minute ago, and I was like doing this. He's like, "It's not touchscreen," but I still just got hitting it. Old habits die hard, I suppose. Okay. Got that all set up. These guys are being goofballs.
Alright, I'll got back to mine finally.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, well, how we link together or whatever.
I'm going to.
Oh, you're still working
I
on
put
it?
the link in my chat, but you'll just have to stay muted because we'll echo like a mofo if. Yeah, that's how that'll work. Yay! Treasure Trip is back.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay. I think there is some fuckery afoot because it seems like every night after, I don't know, 10 p.m., this starts like going at snail speed. I'm not too happy. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lambo. I was getting it. Promise. He has not started yet anyway. He's wandered in and out of this room and was like, how are we doing
Fine
this?
on you. Both ways.
Cool. Am I lagging on there?
No.
Good. Yep, naked
You
both
do?
ways. Alrighty.
It looks good in here. Somebody did a real good job on it.
Yes. My hubby laid the floor today in here. Well, started what part yesterday and part today. It's done. I'm so much happier with it. Yes, indeed. And I got to get my usual partner in crime in here, Mr. Stern.
The light's supposed to be on. Oh, now you turn it on. You're the one. You make that fun.
It's funny. Poor Scott doesn't know what to do with himself now.
No, I'm talking.
Uh,
If I had concrete, I'd be concreting, but it's too late. I got all the stuff to do that.
Right.
I need to get all the stuff to do the concrete. I don't have no other tools or nothing either. Which I ain't much. You got any concrete tools, John? No, you got some out there in the boat.
And I think I just sent the link on accident for the other thing. Yeah, for the stream. So I'm just doing awesome. VC, how have you been? Long time no see. And how's the grandbaby doing? Probably getting pretty big by now. It's been a while.
You got the herpy chirps.
Yeah. I'm not hoping.
Or kind of separate.
Go get. No, not go get.
You guys stop.
Fantastic.
You know better. Fucking cuckoo, all right.
Oh, that's awesome. They're cute when they're that little.
Didn't he?
Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. Ducks are not in a row, but hey, been detecting. How you doing? However, do have the excuse that my room was totally all shoved in one corner like an hour ago. So hopefully I may be forgiven for that. go at any time. Yeah, I know how that can't sleep thing goes. Here lately, I've had more of the, I've been exhausted because somebody is more of a morning person, and I try to be nice and get up and be up during the day. And then by the time I'm like, where I'd hit my stride, now I've kind of been like, wah, wah. I'm working on it and multitasking, trying to put stuff back where it belongs rather than have people's heads knock into it when they're fixing my floor. So, not fixing, adding new floor. Thank you, BC. Appreciate that. Yep, I did. I was telling him, oh, we can like make the custom URL, and it's been so long, I didn't realize. I was like, oh yeah, you have to have 100 people to do that. It's been a while. And I am going to send this link over to Stern because we still haven't done that. And I think I need to tell.
Oh, well, just go back to that and go live, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
And I sent you a copy of my link.
Do what?
Oh, you can't do two at once, probably, can you?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what.
Just do your thing. Do your thing. Hey, Draco's Dragon. How are you doing? I appreciate it. Hey, Pennies to Benjies. I appreciate you too doing that. How you doing? How you been? I am a hot mess. And I was trying to be nice and send out. Oh, God. I don't know what that is. Send out the link. And there's a lot of truth that came up that is irrelevant. And no, it wasn't any good CD site. So sorry. And I'm sure Hidden's probably lurking. He's being too big of a baby to come up here. Apparently, we're gonna have drums tonight. What's that noise is? Cannot believe how unbelievably slow this has been, you guys. I apologize. Okay, I guess that's a good enough start. I'll quit messing with the messenger and pay attention to what's going on over here. Hey, Starbuck, what's up? There is the link if you would like to come up and say hi. I know, well, I can't remember who always told me they were going to bed earlier. I don't know. Can you guys hear that coming out of my end? Never mind. I know you can now. Or can you? He'll be so happy, you guys. I think he has like 6 subs, so he'll definitely appreciate it. And he does actually collect coins too. He's not super avid, but I'm working on him. So he's kind of, doing the silver rounds at the moment. Somehow, because he knows I'll rope him in and not do anything else, he just happens to leave his box of coins at home, and I'm like, man, there's Wheaties in there. I know there is. I've already went through it. I just don't remember what's in there. All right, that card does not like it there. Okay, good. I think I'm getting enough stuff off my desk. I can actually do what I was going to do. Yay. Oh, except for my Bradley height loaf. That's going to go up there. Can't not have that. It just be right. Oh, and I'm thinking about, since Starbucks Jeff is in here, we will be doing an auction tomorrow on his channel. Well, I'll be co-hosting. I'm not, auctioning stuff off per se. I don't know if I guess that's moving. Oh, and Jeff's auction, what time is that? I don't even know. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I might have a couple somethings. 7 Pacific. All right, cool. Oh, there's my bud. A little bit. Hey, Odolay.
That shit smells good.
Sorry, I was just giving Time Traveler his monthly fucking coin lesson.
Go figure. That's fun or not.
I was giving Time Traveler his monthly coin lesson.
Let's try these instead.
Starbucks. Starbucks is in there with us too. You muted. You muted. I cannot hear you.
See?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Dang it. Oh, good. Okay. No, wait. We did this the other night. Can you hear me here, or does it sound like there's a lot of external
Yes, I
noise?
can hear you. I can hear you. Does it still sound stupid? Because there's nothing I can do about that. I don't know what's going on. I also, wait, yeah. That's so far away though.
I don't get it. I cannot hear you now.
I don't even know if this has a cord. Oh, this totally has a cord.
Okay. I'm going to drop and come back up because something is amiss.
Oh, it plugs in. Maybe it plugs in again too. Oh, it plugged in. Hello. I hope that's not loud as fuck. We shall find out next month, we. Indubitably we shall. If you leave me now, you take away the baby, turn me. Ah, we're live. That's even funnier. I was watching South Park. That's a butter scene. For anybody who can actually hear me at the moment. Am I hearable?
Yes, time is working.
You can hear me, correct? You cannot hear me.
710.
Can you hear me? That's going to be a no. Can you hear me now? Also a no. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you in one earbud, not the other, but I've got them mixed up because I'm trying to figure out. I don't want to, like, yeah, exactly. Kill me small.
That's pretty funny. I was saying some dumb shit. I didn't know we were live. That makes it even funnier. So if you go back to 22 minutes, you'll hear me singing some sweet tunes.
You didn't know I was live, but what?
So I was singing Butters. If you leave me now, take away the biggest part of me. Ooh.
I can hear you now. 7.
Well, that's gold. If I do that anymore, I'm gonna have to charge for it because that's just too much gold. Well, it's almost a face reveal.
Hi, Heavy Metal Gaming. How's it going?
Take away the face reveal. Kashiga. Is anybody else coming up here?
This is just.
I don't know how to make it any clearer. I do need to come back in though, because now that I know that there's chat available, I should probably make it to where I can see that shit.
I'll tell you what, I'm drinking up for this. Like, what am I doing? I don't know what the problem here is.
Merch perturbator. Merch perturbator.
Uh,
Why, thank you, sir. It also hooks up to my VV
keep flipping
color.
back and forth between two different pairs of headphones. I think that's the problem.
It also has things to hold my camera.
Yeah.
Hold on the way. Oh snap, that just happened, folks. Oh no, that did too though. Shit.
Oh, shut up, Cortana. Nobody needs your help.
Cortana, go blow Siri until OK Google comes.
Might have to go old school and use like the real headphones.
No, we're not. Mouse thing, where are you? Oh, we're just gonna look. I don't even know. Oh, that's gonna cool. Oh, that's this one. Oh, no, that's this one. Oh shit. This is my camera that I use for these.
Yeah, Tim, it can't talk in his chat because he's spinning.
Unfortunately, these things have a wide angle lens, so they do not work for up close viewing for sheep. Fucking form. We're going to try to get a rig with other lens from camera. Oh, that works. That actually kind of works. way to go, me.
Oh. All right.
I mean, it's not beautiful yet.
You're in charge of the boat. I'm just gonna start all over. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying.
Oh, that totally works. We figured out how to solve the problem of the wide-angle lens camera. Oh, where is it? Where is it? All you have to do is put one of those triplet loops in front of it. And you effectively have a wide-angle lens camera that can actually focus on a coin. I don't know if you guys knew that, but that was really starting to irritate me that I couldn't do that. Good to know. That's our lesson for the day, folks. And break. Well, for those of you who haven't seen, this thing's pretty titty. Say what? Alright, I'm done. It's time for me to smoke a cigarette. Alright, I like this stuff's pretty fucking cool too. I think I'm gonna start collecting crystals, guys. And minerals. Because they're tight. They're pretty titty. You know what I'm saying? That's either slibnite or stibnite or marcasite or fuck, there was one more. I can't remember what it was called, but I don't think it was it. I think this is either stibnite or marcasite. Is this one? I love estate sales, bro. You go in on Saturday or Sunday, and they're half price. Everything. TVs, cars, rocks, tools, motorcycles. You fucking name it. It is half price. So all of the rock, everything was half price. I was like, dude, that include the rocks? He was like, yeah. So I was like, I'll take all of them. And then he like forgot to charge me for a bunch of them, and I wasn't gonna tell him about it. I think he did it on purpose. He was like, I'm gonna get you a sweet deal, bro. And I was all, fucking do it. I dare you. I know that this is either from Africa or Czechoslovakia. And it's either stibnite, marcasite, or one of the other ones. Because I only bought 4 there that day. And then these are them. And I don't think this one had a title with it, unfortunately. On the other side, these little iron BBs grow in the dirt. Like you can pull them out, and they're literally little iron BBs. I'll put one under the scope. One moment, please. I don't even know if anybody's still here. I know Hoovie's not. That girl. Leave me on strange name. Look at this thing. We're gonna back up to oh, I can't back up. Not that way, at least. Look at those. This is what's in the I guess the gravel, the earth on the other side of this crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Is little balls like these, and they're all different shapes and sizes. Mostly roundish. Well, they're way cooler under a microscope than I expected them to be. This is why normal people get microscopes. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's
This
what I
is
said. They didn't have us in mind when they did that because glares
all that good stuff, and
Well,
This is a lot weirder than I
you
expected.
do right with pizza. I'll warm it back up in the toaster oven.
That's not magnet.
It's good. It's got bacon and different cheeses. And it's real good.
thank you.
That's crazy. Crazy as hell.
Yeah, Jeff, go wash a booty.
Wash your stinking.
Or, as one of our good friends would say, you've been here too long. You go home. You go wash up. Like,
It's you come, you leave, you leave. It's not come, you say I'll say.
our funny little friend.
It's only funny because in Japan they actually have there's like 3 entryways into the building. One is super skinny, and if you can fit through that door, you get 100% off. One's like an average build. If you make it through that door, you get 50% off. And if you can't fit through the big door, you don't get you're not allowed in. You pay full price.
That sounds like there was a place, or there is a place, I should say. It's like a half an hour from here. But they have this hole up in the ceiling of the bar, and if you could get over the rafter and out the other side, they'll let you drink for free. And I mean, it's tiny.
This one's got the RGB. I think you can plug it up.
I want to own a bar with a really easy claw machine, but I want to put everybody's keys into it. You can't leave until you win your keys. You have to be coherent enough to get your keys out of the claw machine. It would be or an easy one, but you can't have like those loose claws. It's just terrible.
Right? I do everything around here. So.
If you guys want to know the actual cure for hiccups, I can tell it to you. But nobody believes me until you try it. But that's cool. Money like every time.
What are we doing?
Keep a little bottle of bitters in your house, just like next to your Worcestershire or whatever the fuck you keep in there, your soy sauce, whatever sits in there forever. And whenever you get hiccups, if you happen to have a lemon wedge or lemons, just cut a lemon slice, drip bitters on the lemon. The second that touches your tongue, your hiccups stop. They don't come back. Yeah, put like 2 or 3 drops on the lemon slice, bite it, and then suck it a little bit. And the second it touches your tongue, your hiccups are gone. I don't know what it is about it, but something with the bitters and the citrus, it literally melts 100%. They don't come back. It's not like a wives' tale. It's not hold your breath and it's shoddy, or the scare tactic, which is less than shoddy.
Yeah, that show wasn't fun.
Or drinking upside down. No, just get 3 drops of bitters on a lime wedge. No, you could have somebody who would like piss drunk.
We used to do the light a match and then drop it down in the water and then tell them to drink it, you know.
I've never even heard that. Oh, the upside down drinking? Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of goofy because you do it that way. I don't really know what it accomplishes, but
I had an ex who used to do that. I thought it was hilarious.
Wait, what?
So I had an ex that used to do that. I thought it was funny as shit to watch.
I used to hate that. I was like, grandma told me to do stuff like that. I'm like, dude. Oh, hey, Lincoln. Wait, I already said hi to Lincoln, didn't I? Hello again, anyway, Lincoln. Really, the guys are calling on Hangouts while they're on here. Okay.
I think I found a crushed quartz chunk today. I don't know how to
Oh, cool.
qualify it. It looks like it was once a geode patch or something, but it was then therefore like ran over aggressively.
Yeah, it looks different than any I have.
Which
Oh,
I'm still
thank
going to
you,
go with that
17.
statement. I'm pretty sure this was definitely a flat and quartz crystal chunk.
I got this. I wish I still had it.
I happen to have found up a
Well, I
folder
do have the
today.
paperwork. You did what yesterday, dear? Hello?
Folder's key.
Okay.
Or as I would say, pretty titties. Oh, she's frozen. She's frozen. Give me that ooh whistle. No, you didn't.
It's a geode. I think that's the prettiest part of it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. Oh. Actually, I don't think they match. They don't. They don't match.
I'm not frozen.
But still really pretty on the inside.
I missed that too, so
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not.
will you
happy
give me a
about it
confirmation that you are still hearing me? Because I see the time still moving above whose head. But
either. I
whose
can
head
hear
is
you.
not.
Yeah, I had to.
Banner's
I had
still
to shut
moving.
off
I
the.
got mixed signals. I don't know if I'm alive or not right now.
Yeah.
Oh, she's moving. I saw it. I saw her give me the asshole signal.
Well, that's why I told Tim. I was like, we're gonna suck all the internet out of town. Just because it's two of us. It's
I
terrible.
see that because it represents a sphincter, and it's also what I do when I'm being an asshole to somebody and they try to tell me what to do. I say, "Yeah, sure thing, boss." Suck on the sphincter, pal. They get what I mean every time too. It's pretty clear, and direct.
That's gross. I can't remember what else I have up there.
Passive aggressiveness can tongue punch my butt. Wow.
Man, I eat passive aggressive.
Until the dogs come home. Yeah,
That's my
that's right.
thing. Oh, back to the hot tub. Yeah, it's back in the garage. Since I said, yeah, I'll get it out of the garage since you're going to build my
It's a pretty cool proof right here.
shed for it. And
The letters look like the motherfucking galaxy.
oh, that's gorge.
Be sure eyes on the titties of the light, which aren't really titties, don't worry.
It'll be all right.
One moment, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I need
We're
to be
never
much
ready
farther
yet.
away.
I miss Ken.
I do too.
Look at that sweet ass shit.
That's purple AF.
You do not need to adjust your television sets. I mean, if anything, it's not giving it enough detail, to be honest.
Here is that 60.
It's pretty tight.
I like glanced up. Okay.
It's like the galaxy on just the numbers and letters on the front of this proof coin. Lincoln didn't turn all cool in galaxy. Yeah, because that would have been way cool. The Liberty and the motto did, and the date. I thought it was like black corrosion when I first pulled it out of the holder.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't get rid of this thing. It's some cool shit.
You know what? I'm just going to sit that right there. And later, when I decide, I'll loop back around to the rock. It'll be right there in front of the stinking camera. How about that?
I'm a plumber now too. That's even funnier because like give me like a week or two, I bet I can figure that out. Because I installed appliances for a year now. I'm a plumber. It's just gonna happen. I was trying to get a job at a fucking bar.
Yes.
I'm a goddamn plumber.
Wait, now what? Bar plumber from my brain's not working. We got too many. What do you call
That
that?
was a pretty cool coin.
Distractions.
Oh yeah, that's pretty titties right there. Buddy says something.
Oh heck yeah!
That's gonna be a 1964 Lincoln.
It's a stinking Lincoln.
In proof. Oh no. That never happened. Y'all imagine it.
Hit the reset. I did. Okay, so I plugged it into the wrong outlet.
You know the
Because we have it running on its own separate line and charge. And after I did that, I flew fuse for that box.
Oh, I hit the reset button. Oh, wait, are you talking to her or me?
Me.
Am I a robot?
No. So anyway, I bought a new fuse and not
I need to
remember
refresh
it.
doing that. Not too big.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Hoovie's here. I can't hear you, but I can see you. We're
These
halfway there,
things are
folks.
pissing me off.
1 moment, please.
It's got to be me.
If you leave me now, take away the biggest part of me. I watched that episode. It stuck in my head. It's pretty good. And I'm a wee bit toasty.
I need to be toasty because I'd lighten up this.
You're still muted.
I'm not muted.
Oh, that's not fair. Why can't I hear? Oh, because my phone was stuck on earpiece, or not earpiece, but like phone conversation mode. Like a normal phone call. Out of the
We've had this fuckery this whole time of you not hearing me, and it's been you, not me.
Yeah, I hear.
Well, besides back when you and BC said muted. Because I knew. That's why I was like, I'm just going to reset the whole thing. Oh, no, Peggy. Hey, check it out. I finally, since I got my room rearranged, since my floor's in, watch, if this thing doesn't work either, I could go through. Oh, helps it's plugged in. Operation Ape averted.
Oh no!
Oh, what? You didn't do what you did last night, did you?
What did I do last night?
Hit yourself in the nuts or something.
Oh no, I didn't hear myself with the phone. That was pretty funny though.
I didn't think it was funny.
It was only funny because it was with the front of the phone when you were standing with your face right there, so it was like you headbutted me in the dick and you're sitting laughing.
Dude, that's so crazy you said that because we were watching some documentary about these guys doing like this dating. I don't know. Basically, it was a scheme just to like get a bunch of like guys that wouldn't bother to like, maybe have got friends to do.
I'm not hearing you very well, Hoovie Hoov. You have officially trickled down to nothing.
And okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better now.
Okay. That means you're not hearing me through these things.
Nope, I'm only through the computer again. Yes, you are correct.
My life. Okay. Anyway. I wanted to be oh, yeah, technology hates me today. I got my Peggy, and it's like a good spot where you can actually see it. I just forgot. I put magnets on the back of them so they'll like all. But yeah, there's yeah, that's chocolate, of course. And the Sheldon and then the Paisley. Like in that, I guess the Paisley is the Sheldon is special now since it's Paisley and Daddy now. 710. Oh my gosh. I watched your video. You have a baby kangaroo.
That's so hard. You have a roo? You have a roo, dog.
It's adorable. I was freaking out. Oh.
This is the bottom of a shoebox, not in a flip, mind you, just loosely floating around with like 1,700 pounds of coins around it. Swear to God.
Oh, by the way, what would we say here? Okay, then I was assuming correctly. Yeah, 710. I don't see your sticker up there either.
I don't have anybody's sticker yet. Stickers. I don't even have mine. There's
What was that?
my hand.
Oh, what was No, my situation. I have my trial run from E, which I like them, but I want bigger ones. But I want to stick with magnets. I don't know how expensive bigger magnets are going to be. But I want to get like the size of little nitrate sticker. It's not as big as silver nitrates, but it's not tiny either. I mean, it is bigger than mine. But. Little fucker is getting big and mean. It's a cool pet. I never dreamed I have a kangaroo helper. I know. I've never met anybody that has a pet kangaroo. Like other random, I wouldn't say random, but unusual or exotic, I guess is correct. Pets. Nope. Oh, what's Stoner 3 Cats? Hi, how are you? I'm sure 710. They probably met in Dakota's chat before. She's pretty cool. And that's an awesome name. So.
Makes me wonder how my buddy
Right.
Washington's doing.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Peggy, for stopping it. I mean, Peggy. I know. I really wish it was coming out of these.
Makes me feel like I'm racing and cruising the world on Nintendo 64.
I just want to start doing Ice Roxbury.
Yeah, this was already like that super ghetto little steering wheel that they used to give you. You just think you were hardcore as a kid because you had the steering wheel.
I know.
I never had the steering wheel. My friends had the steering wheel. I got to drive on the gas pedals and shit. Sit in front of your TV. It's tight. Kayla, fan number 1.
Okay, well, I bet you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
I can hear you, indubitably. You are correct.
What the heck? This makes Tell me I messed something else up. Oh, sternum.
Totally.
Okay, I can hear you in here.
You can hear me in that, or you think it's still the computer?
All right, that answered my question. It was still the computer.
Yeah, I didn't hear where you said this.
I know, that's why I backed up and was like, this thing isn't not making me happy.
I need to search shit.
Oh, hey, Kayla, fan number 1. Oh, that is more to your. Now, I know I saw there, tabs 1, yeah. And thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody's going to be so happy. Like I said, he had like 6 friends on his channel when we started. I was like, well, I know you're going to be busy and you can't say hi to everybody, but it was like, you know, the whole leave a comment thing, I'm sure appreciate it and say, yeah, my friend Hooper helped me. I just really wish. And I'm going to keep complaining about it. Hello, lover. Okay, focus. Sorry.
I can't. I took a fuck it all.
He's muted over on his side?
I'm not muted.
No, Tim. Oh, I'm not live. What the hell am I talking about? He stopped? If he stopped, I'm telling him to turn it down. Because my stuff is not being well behaved. Now that's a design. So confused. I quit. I'm not even going to be concerned with it. I'll concern myself later. Oh, you said Indian. Now I'm seeing an Indian. 2 people are trying to. Everybody's trying to make me insane.
You're seeing like the best looking Indian I've ever seen in my life.
Whatever. Take your word for it. Why? Because I don't want to look at it. I had somebody try to add me as a friend that had a very similar name to the person that gave me the allergy to Indian. I was like, not today. Can't do it.
I have to find this on the Indian website. I haven't looked yet, but it's the. I'm assuming it's going to be in there somewhere because it's fucking strong. One moment, please. No, go the other way. Thank you. So it's kind of. And it goes up into the hair. And the hair doubles too. All right, here somewhere. I know I got to back up to find out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't remember.
Fucking pretty titty.
I think you're due for some titty time because you've said it several times. Which is all of like 3 times. But yeah. Okay. I would do my other camera angle, but I don't know what the bag is like.
Hey, that's awesome. You have a trade on. That's an amazing coin to have. If you don't even have one, that's an amazing one to have.
What's that? Oh wow, yeah.
$8. I thought we were starting off good. It's a bucket list for the majority of collectors.
Yes. I bow down to thee. That's awesome.
Well, what do we have now?
Your face.
Even when I don't mean to cherry pick varieties, I cherry pick varieties. I've been cherry picking varieties since before it was cool. Until like
Oreo in one hand, coin in the other.
like Matthew McConaughey, fucking driving Lincolns since before he got paid to drive Lincoln.
Keep this.
Yeah.
Remember the tablet I dropped in the hot tub? It works again. Like, sure, it would turn on, right? Right. And
No,
then-
everybody's watching.
What?
No, it won't turn on now because everybody's watching. You set yourself up too high. Last gonna be like, no, I'm gonna let it not turn on this time. Because life's a bitch.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm so confused.
Oh, so I'm expecting your tablet to not turn on this time because you talked about how it would turn on.
If you jinxed me, dude.
No, that's life. You can't blame the
Doing it. I don't need to plug it in there. I'm not going to do it now. I got my other dang camera.
This is one of those double barrel mint set dimes. It doesn't show, but that's like a really beautiful blue.
Well, when it turns purple, you can give it to me.
I don't think that one is going to turn purple.
Oh, see? You have nothing to worry about then.
I got one that might, but it's not that. I don't know where it is. It's another 58. So I ended up buying 3 58s because I noticed how hard they were for me to find for my fucking Rosie album. You should if you still need a 58, which I didn't think you did.
No, mine's
big.
finished.
Yeah, I don't hear as much.
Yeah, giggity, it worked. The screen will move again. Fire in the bowl. I said that like I was all lost, because I was at first. And that's why I love that plug. USB, it's all there. I tell you what, I can kind of do. I think I might take up that.
No, I better load my reefer. I don't have any.
I wondered what freaking month it was, though.
I have no dab, but I have flour.
I'd be like, dab.
Because I'm poor.
Need to be. Pick,
Flour is considerably cheaper than concentrate.
making that money, honey.
My tray filled out, or my stuff's getting shipped out, I'll say.
Good.
My Kennedys, one Lincoln, potentially. And then after he sends it off to other homie to look at, we'll see what else is getting graded.
I'll follow you. Oh, you motherfucker. Okay.
But if I can sell both of those Kennedys for like, if I could make $1,000 off of those Kennedys, it would be a monumentous year. And that's absurd to even think about. But it's possible.
It happened. Okay. It may come on and you can touch buttons and stuff, but I'm not saying it's one of these days when I'm not like 80
Right
and
to the moon.
like a mofo.
Have you ever beat a motherfucker with a motherfucker?
Death to the thumbs down, or why do people do that? Like, oh, well, thank you. Why do thumbs down? Because those are likes and the thumbs up are loves.
Man down.
I know. It's a whole psychological thing. It's like they're still paying attention. You still have to watch time for it. I get it. But then that's saying negative attention is good attention because it's full attention. Technically, to it is, but not in like real life. If that makes any sense. That was a fantastic explanation, I'm sure. I'm sorry, I think this thing has a mind of its own. Ah,
That's the blue buffalo.
didn't have the
Buffalo. Buffalo. Punches.
I don't even remember what my stinking email is on this thing.
I think this could be my favorite Lincoln cent I own this year. This year, 1930.
What about it? You don't know what year it is, what you just said.
No, I think it's my favorite coin. I think
Oh,
it's my favorite Lincoln.
well, Meep, I appreciate you, kicking it when you could. Oh, cool. Thanks for telling me one stone or three cats because I can't see it. Oh, see, now I have Stern. I'm going to give her a hug like I gave you buyers that night. I like you guys so much. They thought I'd lost my mind. I kind of did, but I came back, so whatever. It's like, you crazy. I was like, yeah, but a fun crazy. I think I just weaseled my way into another StreamYard account. I really didn't mean to. Oh! Gosh, Meeps, you make it sound like Canada. One of the guys I know from Never Say they can't hardly go to the store without a mask on, and they're like, oh, social pariah. Like, I don't know, dude. This is the redonkulous. You know what? I'm just gonna brave it, and I'm actually going to switch to my scope. Because
CJ, are you? CJ, I have a flying eagle that had a snow variety. Where are you? Just because that was his call. He's like a superhero with Indian with flying eagles.
know. I could message him if he
That
was.
was like the baddest single.
I get it. But I was saying if you really wanted him. That's why
Yeah,
I
I haven't been to the Snow website to look this up, and Snow Horror hasn't sent me that damn hooked it up and trying to get out of him. Before I know, if being square or not square eliminates or confirms a couple of them, and I don't think it's the square one. So there's that one mixed. That's one thing I learned from paying attention to his ass, is that because of this O right here.
what year is
Square.
that?
57.
Pretty
See, and I'm not missing this chunk of. I needed to be missing a chunk here for one of the snows, and I'm not missing that. But I have flashing yonder.
Good night. Thank you for stopping in and hanging out. And that too.
I don't know. I just do not know. I don't own enough of these to know. But I know that this is flashing.
Yeah, and there's something about you can tell by the shape of its eyeball.
Yes, and I don't remember what that exactly is, but I know he has a seriously protruding eyeball. So this not being square, this not being missing, but it's kind of missing in that chunk that it should be missing for one of the VAMs, but it's like significantly missing in one of them. But I do have stuff meander like this. There it is. All of this. This is all clashing. Like it's a certain kind of depth that you can tell it's not a hit mark. Like this up here, this is hit. I'm sorry. Hit mark. You can tell the difference in color of the texture. That's what Frank looks at. But you get stuff over yonder. It's a different style. You can just tell. Cheers, Kyle. America. And if he's got that snowbook out and he shows up, there might be some Indians up on this screen for a while because I got some questions. I don't know who was going around toning 2019 pennies in 2019. But keep it up. You're doing pretty good at what you do. It makes finding a whole bunch of shields in your box kind of fun.
Hey, Kyle. What's up, buddy?
Oh, well, I gotta reload the one. She's almost empty. But she's ready because I'm a Boy Scout. We come prepared.
This thing will do its thing. It's making me salty. Tim came in here asking me questions. He said, "Am I coming through?" And I'm like, "You never got a link from
Like
me."
a wrecking ball.
Oh, dude, I should have said that. Dang it. I gotta admit. Oh. Kyle,
Mitch Bade. Mitch
Oh,
Bade.
my baby back,
Motherfucker.
Oh, my baby back ribs.
I try to call people Mitch. Good old Mitchy Bade. That Mitch made motherfucker. I just want to sing vulgar lyrics to this.
Cheers, Kyle. I was behind because I left. And, you know. But you make a friends with one stone or three cats, so you guys can have your puff. I'll have my sippy sip. And...
That Jeff Newchick's a stoner. I guess she got in trouble for is that just me girl that I met at Tandy's?
Okay.
She lives on Cat. So like, I hung out on her stream a couple times, and like she commented on one of my last stream posts that stayed alive or stayed up. I guess she got in trouble for doing it because somebody said she wasn't allowed to talk to me, and it was like funny shit to watch that stream after that happened.
They weren't. She wasn't allowed to talk to you.
Yeah, she fucking freaked, but she blew up. It's funny as shit. She's all, you gonna tell me who I am and I'm not allowed? Motherfuck you, bud.
Okay. I would already be like,
oh yeah, I have no idea who it was.
At the let.
I have no idea who it was. I was like,
do what you want.
I thought, who was it? She's all, not important. Who or whoever they may have been. I was like, damn, people, huh? Shit.
Well,
I was like, who's watching me or you or both? I mean, I can do some vulgar things. If I know I'm being watched, it gets sweet. You eventually don't want to watch me, or you're addicted at that point. Cool.
I am so hitting the mute button, I promise.
You should have we need more cowbell.
Dude, I'm not even moving to the YouTube side. What the hair?
What's up, Scent Hoarder? That is your real name.
Hey, Scent Hoarder.
Are you guys in need of any mint products? Because if you're in need of mint products, Scent Hoarder's having an auction full of them. What?
Yeah. I've already got something because I was like, ooh.
Hey, I never get that option. He always says it'll be at the auction.
I rip my little tail off for him. I do extra stuff he doesn't even ask me to do just because I want to help him.
Well, me too. Turd pants. I poop in his cereal every day for him for free. He doesn't even fucking ask me.
See, you're making more work for me. I take that shit out of there. I mean, I make him a brand new bowl. Brand new bowl.
He uses my brain. No, speaking of what I was going to say, I had a point to that.
You went to the aquarium.
I talked to somebody coin related, and I can't remember what the hell I learned. Weird.
Yes.
Learned something today. And awesome.
$1978 quarter. Kyle, you're silly. If you want to come up here, you can. I think I'm going to get another drink. And actually, I'm going to stay here and finish this and then think about where that bag is to put my other camera in it. Because at least I can go this way, be like early in the living quarters. I just haven't got far enough to do the scopy thing. And my YouTube side looks like I was dragging, so I was like, yeah, just let's turn on more stuff with to use the Wi-Fi. Even though that's plugged in the internet. Such is life. Oh well.
I should have written down. Is he watching porn techno? Are they like porn?
I know,
fighting?
that's why I was like, what the heck are they listening to? If I hear Scott start laughing. I'll be
Oh my god!
because I totally hear that. And I'm like,
Y'all need Jesus.
yes. I told him that. He doesn't want to believe me, but
Oh, cool. Thanks, guy. I appreciate a guy at the coin show who had one coin to sell me. Just one. And he might have sold me a Veriti. A Veriti. Well, large cent. Should be tight. One moment, please. We're going to look inside this 5 meander. Because I don't think that this piece should be there. I don't think that piece should be there. I don't think that piece should be there. And by that piece, oh, Shenane. I mean this piece. Suspect. Also suspect. Suspect number 3. Oh. We have potential
now I said,
4 or
what's up
5.
with the later T from 710? I think he's gotten wrong stream and said that. Anyway, Scott was watching a movie. I don't know if there were people fighting on it, and then Bing Bong's still going.
Very interesting. Oh yeah, his eyelid is totally double. Phew, titties. I know you guys see that was right there. That's cool. It's the first time I've ever found doubling. Like doubling on a large set. Normally it's just like a repunched date. This one's like either a solid overdate or an actual doubled in some way. Doy. Because I think that won't not belong. Oh, I'm on the other side now. Where did I go? Shit. Focus. So, okay, there's these 4 right here. I think they'll not be long. The inside, and then this inside of the 5 right there. Followed by all the suspect action in there. Ken PB always told me to pay attention to the tentacles. Gucci goo. And you ever notice these things kind of look like little baby mushrooms sometimes? I can prove it. Oh, see, because that looks a little suspicious. We're going to back on up for reference right now. Because I spy with my little eye. A mint fuck up. Oh, I think we do indeed. Fucking Yahtzee? Suspicious. Maybe even a little bit of split right now there.
Yeah, you couldn't hear me. Hey, Rev Runner, what's up? How are you doing? Hey.
You are correct. I could not hear you, not even a lick.
I know. I looked over and I was muted. I was like, oh, well, I was just asking. I said, none of the snow varieties would probably be in the cherry pickers, huh? Because they're snow varieties.
I mean, some Indians still have FS varieties. So some Indians are not just snow whatevers. They are actually FS 501s or FS 301s. Shit. I had to do that research yesterday, actually.
See,
Because I was curious. I was curious about that exact question. So I went to eBay. What's up?
I was just to say, if I was back to organized, I would have my book handy, but I do not.
Yeah, I went to eBay and I searched FS Indian head and just left it at that and saw what popped up and was gonna see if any slabs came with it. And yeah, some slabs came with it. Learned a couple new varieties that way. It was pretty nice. Oh no!
That's why I always picture her. I was like, you find this in book. And I was like, just take a picture of it with your phone on eBay. Like, I'm telling you, dude.
The phone picture thing doesn't work all the time for me. Like for shit. Even if I have nothing else in the background except for a black, I've tried a white background, I've tried a black background, I've tried zooming in, I've tried not zooming in. It still doesn't give me exactly what I need for the shit I'm trying to search most of the time. It's very irritating.
Just
But stuff I'm trying to search is like individual cards or like certain things that need to be a little bit more specific. And it gives me a broad spectrum a lot of times, but it doesn't give me what I'm actually looking for. But I still try it all the time. Some shit it works on, and that's cool.
yeah, for the most part, I mean, I think it's good.
I think it worked on one of my rocks, and I was like, all right, that's cool. I appreciate that.
Of all things, I would figure it worked on the rock.
Yeah.
Okay, so I really. But I found a wallet. What goes on around here?
I'm the tiger.
Dun, 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 dun.
I like to keep that song. I like to keep that song at the top of all my playlists, so that way if I come across somebody jogging at night, I can play it behind them at a slow pace. Serious motivation right there. The weird leprosy green and maroon tone proof 69.
Ooh. Oh, you know, speaking of which, I got a bone to pick with you. You know how we were talking about the doing the sulfur, the egg, and the toning and the whatnot?
Okay, you said you failed the message that I read, and I'm shitted that was even a possibility.
So what was the possibility?
You failing that.
Well, yeah, young Queen Hunter told me that, hey, History Man, what's up?
Hey, just want to stop by, you know.
Right on. How you been?
Nothing. I'm just, just been worried about the stuff that's going on with me and my family and stuff.
I haven't been in the, I guess, in the know on your situation. Is everything okay, or?
Yeah, nothing. I'm just worried. That's all.
Is your grandma okay?
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
She's, you know, she was hanging out with friends earlier.
Well, that's good.
You know, just about Grandpa's house, so.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm trying to preserve his home, so.
Is that where you stay now, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you're really. I mean, I would be too. I know I am.
I'm fighting, for it. I'm trying to preserve his home, and he built the interior of the place, and so that's what I'm trying to do, and that's why I haven't posted anything, because I was just upset because it keeps stopping me from doing, my work with Grandpa's pictures. So I was just upset. I was literally in bed all day, just thinking it over and over and over and over again. Oh, I'm gonna lose this. I'm gonna lose that. I'm gonna lose this. Like, I'm just worried,
Yeah.
So and how time goes fast, and time it goes really quick, and that just makes you even more nervous,
Yeah.
because the
And you're
places
weird
where
about so much, and then you're like,
exactly, like up in North Jersey,
huh?
things is getting expensive up here down the south, because it's near New York, and people from New York it's very expensive to live in New York. So people from New York is moving to the northern part of New Jersey, and it's getting more expensive because people are coming from there to over here. So that's why, like, if you come to my area, we're building a lot of apartments and houses because of the people that is coming over there. So it just makes it hard.
Yeah, it's kind of like with Stern living in Colorado. When they have
Yep.
what you call it,
The bud flood. Everybody from California, and they're insane. They're insane wages per year. Shut our rent up about $1,000 within a year. I mean, seriously, my rent went from 14, and when I moved out because I wasn't going to accept their increase, they were charging the next people 24. They literally upped it $1,000 in a year.
That's crazy.
Yep. Oh, the average rent for Denver is over $2,000 a month for a studio apartment.
Wow.
Studio. We're talking fold down mattress, a stove you couldn't put a large size turkey in, a dishwasher that fits like 5 dishes. I'm not even joking.
Wow. Yeah, I believe it.
He's like,
No bedroom. You have literally a bathroom, a kitchen that one person can stand in, and a fold down bed. $1,800.
the Murphy.
That's
Bed.
crazy, man.
Yeah, and that's not like one specific building either. Like if you want to live at like a really nice place like the Metro, you're looking at $3,300 a month easy for an apartment.
Apartment? Are you serious? Wow. Man.
Yeah, and like
Crazy.
the old towns are still doing all right. Like Old Town Arvada, it's still looking at. You can rent for $1,500. You can rent a house maybe if you're lucky for $1,500 to $1,800. But they're starting to get all those up to over $2,000 now too. And the closer you get to Denver, that more houses get to the $4,000 a month. And I was from a town that it used to be $900 a month to rent. Apartments were $1,100, and within a year it was like $2,000 here, 25 here, 18 here, 19 here. All the apartments are redoing their appliances into stainless steel so they can up a $200 premium to their apartments. It was nuts.
That's just crazy. Just hearing all of that, man. Wow. Even in Colorado.
Oh yeah, it's because marijuana. They made $1 billion in taxes for the past 3 years running. $1 billion a year in taxes alone. And they're not letting any of the dispensary owners use banks. So they're not letting them for some of their money federally in any way whatsoever.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, they have to keep their money in literally wads of money. It's like dangerous alcohol. Yep, and then they have to give literally half of it because they tax 50% or like 48%, the government taxes. So literally half of the money that the dispensary makes, they have to give to the government. And the other half, they can't even put it in the bank or have it into like stocks or throw in CDs or anything. They have to keep it as dirty money.
And that by itself, I think, would be scary. Just knowing.
Dispensaries used to get they used to get robbed all the time, because they used to be 24 hours for a few months. So dispensaries were closed at like 2 a.m. and they would get fucking jacked, and their stores would be like jacked and burned down immediately. It was nuts.
Kyle, you're too funny.
All right,
This is what Roberto said. He said you can't rent a refrigerator box for less than $1,000 a month.
I know.
California.
That's because of all the California tourists coming here. They made everybody like, oh, yeah, you know that kind of money coming? Cool, I'm gonna charge this much. And then it was accepted. And everybody was like, oh, dude, that's fucking working. Cool, I'm gonna do it too. And now look at us. Look at us go. Like 3/4 of the people who grew up in Colorado can afford Colorado. Because our economy did not sustain that kind of living for our entire life.
Yeah, and then it's like, well, cost of living goes up because, and everything else is going to go up.
They did do raises to 15 for like the majority of jobs, but that took a long time. And even then, it's not everybody. I think EMT is still only make like $12.50.
See, that's like one of the most underpaid professions. That
Paramedics start at under $15 an hour.
Oh,
driving the ambulance, you're still under $15 an hour. You might make 15 with the driving premium, but you're making as much as a burger flipper to save lives.
Yeah.
Legit.
I don't think that's
with less benefits, less insurance. and more hours out their ass.
Yeah, I was just saying, definitely more and crazy hours.
And a whole lot of blood and homeless people feces.
Oh yeah, I mean it's nuts. I mean, same thing over here, you know, and it's just that's why it's just I wasn't really, you know, talking very much, or I wasn't really doing anything very much because over the past, I would say, couple like weeks, I would say, you know,
I don't know how
it's just a
long.
pain in the ass just to
It
like,
has been, I should say.
yeah,
But I went to your channel and I was watching all your streams. I was like, man, you had a live stream.
yeah, I did a live stream. Oh yeah, that was actually an interview of when I did of somebody. She's really really cool, by the way.
Anybody want an Owen Wilson bar?
I need it.
Hobby Lobby is a cool place sometime.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking about Brian Wilson, like
And not just that, it's like, you know, I'm just saying, I just miss my grandfather too, so that just adds up the fuel.
yeah.
Because you know, everybody in my family thinks I'm a joke when I do stuff like when I preserve stuff like that. Like they think, like they just laugh at me every time I do something. I'm like, gosh, just shut up, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just doing what I like to do, and that's just it. You know, I mean, you can just
You do
laugh
you,
at me
boo.
and make fun of me all you like.
Just because they don't do it doesn't make it like, oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just stupid. Like, and they just ask me like, and this is my cousins. Like, my cousins is the worst. Like, I mean, some of my cousins, I like some, you know, my cousins, but some of my cousins, they just give me these stupid questions to ask. Like, I'm 2 years old, and I just say, just go away, you know?
Right.
Like literally,
you figure it out.
so annoying.
Squash that watermelon in there, Kyle.
I just come up here just to, you know, relax a bit and, you know. And I was like, oh, Melissa's streaming, so I was like, you know what? I'm thinking about stopping by.
Cool. I'm glad you did. I do.
Yeah.
I have a picture to show you.
Sure.
I don't think I've talked to you since my grandpa passed in April. It's been a while, but then shortly before that, my grandma went into the same nursing home with him, and so I kind of can relate because my grandma is like, she thinks that everybody that they've sold the house and they're not telling her.
Right.
You know, we're like, no way that anybody would do anything without her permission on that. But you know, some stuff's kind of got pulled out of, you know, drawers in the desk, like looking for papers. I found, well, I didn't find. I saw this as I was walking out of the bathroom.
Yeah.
And it was it's a picture of my great grandpa Hoover.
Let me see.
He was home from World War I on a furlough.
Okay.
And here's the furlough.
And you sold it?
No, I didn't sell it. I saw it on the desk and I was like, oh.
Oh, okay.
I hadn't seen it. I hadn't seen it before, like in our genealogy book.
Right.
So I was like, yeah, I better take a picture of that because I figured if I, you know, brought it home and ran it through the printer or something, I don't know, just something.
Let's do something. Right.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty cool that you have that factor too. I mean,
yeah.
I would say, like, I know it's weird, but I call my grandfather's past wife as my family too because he was married 3 times, and pretty much it kind of led to my existence to him. You know. Right. I mean, let's be honest. Without Toby's passing, now I'm not celebrating of her death. I'm just saying that it kind of led to my existence of meeting him. You know.
Right. Yeah, just series of events. If this wouldn't happen,
and that happened, and that happened. Yeah. So I called them to my family, and you know, after when he passed away, we decided to bury him in her family plot because let's be honest, they're the only one near us anyway. So my grandma was nice enough to do that, and I kind of learned a lot of her family and stuff like that just by looking at the tombstones and around the family plot,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of the information that he had himself that I didn't even know existed. So
Oh,
so
it's
all the years
crazy
I
after,
talked to him, I didn't know these information existed. So
yeah, even after
kind of
people
crazy what
pass,
people
there's stuff
find.
that you had no idea about, and people will start to say, and you're like, what? You know,
Right. Oh, let me turn
like
my
after
camera
my
off
uncle
real quick.
passed, I had no idea that he liked to play cards. I mean, just something that simple. The mayor said, yeah, he likes to go to the boat and go gamble. You know, I'm like,
I
what?
just found out my grandpa was a fucking Shriner for like a million years and officiated like a million masonry weddings twice a week for like 15 years.
Yeah, because that's
Wow.
when I busted out
Yeah.
that ring,
I saw, huh? What?
the twisty ring.
I remember his hat though. I remember his stupid little Shriner hat. Now looking back, growing up, I remember that stupid little hat.
I
Yeah,
didn't
she.
know this existed. I didn't know this existed, and this photo. This is pretty much his second wife's family. Not everybody is in it. I don't. Her aunts and not in it, but it's almost everybody in there. I didn't know my grandfather had this,
I love
and
when
this was.
people just looked classier.
Oh yeah, just by the way, just how the way they're dressed too.
Exactly.
It's amazing. I mean, I like how her brother Lee has the fedora and the
Yeah, you're
fedora
too
and
close. That's fine.
the double breast suit.
Oh yeah. Hey
And
Welcome to my
Kyle.
wardrobe.
Oh hey Dave.
Somebody's trying
How's
to
it
hit
going?
on me. What is up,
yeah.
Dave? So,
Kyle, big hug to you, buddy.
Actually, I really do have some old shit to show, but I can't find it 'cause I'm a drunk fucking idiot. But
You're not an idiot. You might be drunk, but
well, cheers.
definitely drunk.
when in Rome.
Cheers, you drunk idiot.
Here's to you.
Serious.
Hey, where's my beer? Oh, I can't find my beer. Well, it looks
Right.
like I lost this. I lost this round, bud. Can't find my beer.
Well, Dave,
brought
I
you.
intended on looking at quarters, and then I couldn't find stuff because of like the flooring in my room, and I finally found the camera, and I was having a lot of audio issues. So I'm
That's
back.
my fault.
Oh, you might recognize this history. Maybe. I have a friend that she did house clean outs with, well, her ex boyfriend, and she brought this up to me one day, and she's like, "It's the sheet music of the movie," and I was like, "Look at the condition that's in."
That's that's nice. That's nice sheet music.
Yeah. And she said, "Oh, there's stacks of it," and I was like, "Where are you gonna put everything?" Because
Like I have my great grandparents' sheet music too under their piano too, but you know,
Mhm.
I mean that's amazing that it's the same piano that they got. I have it 2 years ago.
My mom tells me I should get rid of my piano, and I've got it in storage, which I know, but I was like, I've had that thing since I was 6 years old. I was like, no, keeping it,
Keeping it, yeah.
keeping it. Yeah, like if I have to have
I
it
understand.
from the wheels up, I will.
Really do.
Yeah, well, I have so many good memories with it. And
It pretty much, yeah. If you think about it, yeah. Like I just didn't understand that. Like I had like a bunch of. See, my grandfather was a photographer, and he ran around all over the world. I think you saw it.
the slideshow you did.
Saw it, Melissa. The slideshows that my grandfather places that he went.
Yeah.
My grandmother wanted to throw all of them away. Like all of them away, and I'm like, it's somebody's memory, unless if the slides go bad, which is true. Slides do go bad once in a while, but it's good now. Like, you just don't throw someone's memories away. You just don't. That's why
Yeah.
I'm holding on to like Toby's pictures, because maybe I'm not sure if the corn groups are still around today or they're completely died out. I have no idea. I'm trying to do some research on them, but if they're still around, I'm thinking about giving them their memories too, so their grandkids can enjoy. And
Yeah,
that's what I do.
yeah, it sucks leaving memories behind. I've had
Yeah.
to a couple times.
It's like Stern.
To me, like, throwing
Got some
pictures
family
of
stuff.
somebody, it's just wrong. I mean, that's what I think.
It is.
Yeah. Well, Stern wants to be able to find some pictures of his dad, and he's had a really hard time doing it. So I got him a 23andMe kit, and I was like, please, I hope he finds somebody on there that's.
Yeah, I've never even seen the guy. And his family were returning me my messages, letting me have a picture. And he died when I was like 5.
Wow.
Yeah, because and see, that's why I was like, the history or where he came from, or genealogy, it's all of it. I was like, well, history made it's important to me. I definitely know it's important to you, and
Yeah.
just that's why I would Stern,
Yeah, it hurt when I had to leave behind. Like my grandpa had made this wood bedpost or bed, whatever the fuck you call it.
Headboard.
Yeah, headboard. It had the family emblem on it, and I had to leave it behind when I had to move because I had nowhere to put it.
Just like the worst.
That sucked. But, I mean,
yeah,
I held it around with me for years. I never had anything to do with it. Like, I don't know.
it's like
Then I had to move to a small. I had to move to a small apartment. I had nowhere to put it.
Oh, Stern's phone might have been frying. But yeah, there's stuff that from Kyle. I don't know if I've ever talked about it around you, but like if doing the storage units with my stepdad, it's just like stuff I find in there. I'm like, somebody they didn't have somewhere to put it, and they put it in there, and but then it's like, how could you leave it? Because my stepdad worked out of town in Texas. Like, he wasn't one of those, oh, you're 2 months past, your stuff's gone. There was stuff that was in there for like more than 5 years. So, if somebody really wanted it, they would have came after it,
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just like,
Right.
Yeah.
And he would always keep the pictures. He'd, put them in a baggie and put the name of whoever's doing it. And keep those like back in the shop. So if somebody ever came by, then he could say, yeah, I have those for you.
I regret
He was
leaving
adopted, and
I regret it because I had moved to Texas from Illinois. And I thought that they'd always be in that garage, but then by the time I made it back to Illinois, it was already like sold off. I couldn't go back and get it. I just assumed it would be there. I should have done something. Like all my old yearbooks, all my pictures of my family, like my grandpa's canes, the headboard, just shit like that.
That sucks,
That shit was already gone by the time I never really expected to come back to Illinois, but I also never expected for that house to go under.
Like that fast, like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like there's stuff my grandparents asked us years ago before, when because my grandpa had dementia really bad. Like, they're like, what stuff do you want? And they don't tell my grandpa, I want your dolls. This one, it's awesome. Like, I think she got it during World War I from one of her brothers.
That doll right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of creepy.
And then,
Yeah.
it is definitely creepy. One of her friends asked her if she could take it to go have it refurbished or whatever. And she has this Cupid doll too. And I thought, that's a,
Very creepy indeed.
it's a zillion years old, man.
Yeah.
And like it doesn't even have its wings anymore. And I'm like, where'd Stern go? He just popped up for a second. But yeah, it's like you. So what are they trying to do to the house? Are they wanting to sell it or remodel it and sell it, or?
Who, me?
I think History Man ran away on me. What? I'm sorry.
Well, what
There
you
you
say? You said something? What you say?
I said, are they wanting to sell the house or remodel it? And,
That's what my grandma thinks. Like, thinking about, and it's just hard just to even talk about it, like literally.
okay,
Because
I won't.
no, okay, it's just I don't know, like I'm just trying my best to at least even my grandma, she says she wants to stay, but we're just trying our best to you know
Figure things out. And,
figure things out and all that type of stuff, because that's something that I just don't want to do, especially as it's my grandfather's home. He made himself. He's a very good woodworker, so it's like just leaving all of that behind and just someone just refurnishing
that
and making it new. That's
that
just
was his craftsmanship. You want to?
that's just that's just his craftsmanship, and that kind of reminds him of his shop. I mean, I'm probably some of his things are still there. I don't know who owns. He probably worked on hundreds of houses, but but this one just kind of reminds you of this. But I don't know. It's really hard to describe. But
it's been your home though. It's not. It just
I can
place you went and worked on.
I can kind of relate. My grandpa, he moved up to northern Wisconsin in the 70s, and he moved up there in a camper, and he bought a piece of land and built his own house. And he built like a garage with a sauna in it, and out in the woods in Wisconsin. Then when he ended up dying, it had nothing to do with me. It had to do with my mom and my aunts and shit.
Right.
They ended up just selling it off. I'm like, well, fuck, we should have kept that. Like that. He literally went out and built his own house.
Exactly. It's
with his own fucking hands. Like why would
like
we sell that?
That's just what's amazing about my house. Exactly. Like it's made, like the doors, the cabinets, everything around it is made by his hands, and that's just what's unique to my house. And
it's special to
everything that's there is just special. And it's just him everywhere, and it kind of reminds you of that. Because he moved here in 1983, and that's when he started to do a couple stuff of the house. He mostly did the interior, and then he made his own furniture and moved everything over here. So that's just what's amazing about it,
Oh, do you ever have you been on a stream with Rich Cali 21 ever?
Yeah, I've been a bunch of times.
Cool. Well, then I know you guys talked about furniture and woods because that's what he used to do too.
That's what he used to do too? Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's like, I still have a lot of exotic wood in my garage. And he said, he's gotten good enough health to get up and around and do that anymore. But it's just like, he almost can't find somebody worthy enough yet to let it go. And I'm like, I get it, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks to let things go.
It really does. Like literally.
Sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
It's like even today, it was a laughable situation here because I took half of my stuff and put it on one side of the room in here, just the coin room, and then put down flooring, and then as much as I could shove the other stuff the other way and put, someone's in the living room still, someone's in the bedroom. And I just kept carrying out coin books. And then like I've got a tote with wheels on it and I've got like a pushy metal cart. And my husband just kind of looked at me and I thought, I know. It's just like, if there was a fire, what would you do? Because you would be. And it's like, we don't have any kids. So he's probably thinking, what are you going to do with all that? And I'm like, yeah, sit on it. To make some money. So it's fine. It's like, okay, hoarder,
Yeah. Well, a lot of shit's useless, but it's still meaningful.
It sounds meaningful. Yeah.
Hey, money's always worth money. So
Yeah.
that's why I was like, don't judge me.
Yeah, I remember the worst thing I left behind besides my grandpa's headboard was like my entire life. I had a dresser where I saved all the birthday cards and Christmas cards I'd gotten my whole life. I saved them all. And then when I left, I just left them there.
See, that's how I was lucky that
They have anything to
my
do with
mom wouldn't let me take off. I say let, it literally would, like when I moved out and stuff, like first time. She's like, no. And then even when like I moved back home from college and it was at my dad's, I was like, I have a list, dude. I still have the freaking list because I saw it today and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I still haven't got everything off that list. And it's maddening. And it'll just be like, I don't know where that is. I'm like, it's pretty weathered. Let me see what year. 2014.
That's the year I was born.
No.
Somewhere around there.
But I mean, I've got like my She-Ra castle and accessories. She can't find a 2.5 foot tall pink castle in that. Now, come on. But I got the piano, so that was a big win. But
Yeah.
but it's special to me.
Matter of fact, I want to show you a picture. Hold on. Let me actually. Mind if I like share screen? I gotta find the picture first, though.
Oh, okay.
Mind if I share screen?
No, no, no.
Okay, hold on. I guess let me just find it.
I don't think I might freeze for a minute. That was plugged in. I'm gonna update that. So, okay, I was making sure it wasn't frozen. So, now you I know, I told him to turn it down twice already. That's that, by the way. Johnny Ray, what's up, my partner in crime? How are you doing? Yeah, that's my buddy Tim's YouTube channel link. I was trying to help him get some subs because he only had like 6. He just started, so. Now I So I don't have a door to the room because the doors were too tall or too long at the bottom once the flooring got put down. So otherwise they'd be like. Actually, I thought it'd be cool to do like one of those barn doors, the sliding ones, because I could just slide it across that door and then slide it across the closet door when I just have it open. And then you don't take up that space of it swinging out.
So you said you don't have a door?
No, I took the door off of this room actually like probably a year ago because I had a futon sitting there and you couldn't open the door all the way. And I was like, no.
You got angry and just punched it off?
No, I took the DeWalt and undid it. But I did take the closet door off last night while we were doing the flooring. And I'm like, okay, good. Now we cut both doors. Tim didn't have his little DJ set up when I took the bedroom door off now. So I think I might revisit that privacy thing in the door because before I was like, I don't care. Nobody comes over here anyway. It's like,
You just nail a curtain in there, some blanket.
actually, I had a leopard spotted
Oh,
one
there
as,
you go.
like on the rack that you can step. Like I'd have it there, at least it was like, hey, somebody's over here, changing clothes or whatever.
There you go.
So it just wouldn't be like, hey, don't mind me, you just see me down the hallway,
I grew up not having shit, so I know how to improvise.
Actually, I
I
was
still
like,
don't. I still don't have shit.
what always bothers me? I'm like, I want something to hang on your wall.
You're not the first person to say that.
Just one big something. I don't know what though.
Well, I
Hey,
got this.
treasure trolls, welcome back.
It might be a bad. Well, I got this. I got this Asian table. It's like an Asian table. It's meant for like tea time or whatever the fuck. And it's been around for a long time. I could probably hang that up. I
Is
just
it
don't
heavy?
I just don't. Huh? No.
Is it heavy?
Not really. It's probably like 20, 30 pounds.
That's manageable.
It's been around. I don't never really think about it. Kind of just sits over here.
I used to do that with stuff like, well, my mom was always like, oh, I don't want to put holes in the walls. I'm like, so unless it'd be like one big picture, like, of me as an only child, like there would be that, like in a room, like over the piano or something, like the room was set up the right way. It wasn't just like screaming, hey, just look at that. And that's it, but, but as far as
I actually
like
have a lot of fucking pictures.
extra stuff like
I'm
that,
just
like,
slacking.
I slack now that it's like you don't have to get a camera or do like the disposable ones because that was like perfect if you were going somewhere and you're like, I'm probably gonna lose this. And if you did, you were like, well, at least I didn't lose the camera. But I can't tell you the last time I got any pictures developed or prints made, I guess you'd say.
No, I meant like I got pictures in frames, like my grandpa drew shit like that, but they're just sitting over here in the corner. I don't fuck with them. I should hang them up. I'm just lazy asshole.
Yeah,
I don't really care. I really don't care. I just
get your stud finder out,
right.
or get good 3M hooks. I can't say that I can recommend one because I haven't found one yet that I'm not scared of. And I'm like, it's gonna fall.
Like I always tell myself I'm gonna do it, but then every time I get home from work or I wake up, I'm like, I'm just gonna pull my chair in front of the computer and get drunk.
See, now you know why I get up so much and wander off because I'm like, I'm gonna multitask.
I should. Well, I mean, I do, but not in a good way.
Right. Well, I mean, like, okay, I think Tim's broken because I hear a lot of noise out of him.
Okay, finally I found it.
Oh, the picture?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, whenever you're ready.
Hold on. I just making sure, like, I'm gonna close a couple of stuff so my computer just doesn't freeze every time I do it.
Okay, mine will do that with YouTube. I have to like have the video playing before somebody screen shares me in, otherwise it freezes.
Not a dick pic, is it?
No. What do you mean? Are you chopped liver, Johnny Ray? I don't think so. I said hello, my partner in crime earlier. I want to know what mint set you got off of the auction the other day. I can't remember if I heard 49 or 59, but either way, I was like, what? Oh my god. What are you doing?
Gave him his pinky and covered him up and put him in bed.
Oh, tucked him in again,
Yep,
Binky
tucked him
Boo. I know I went in there and turned the stereo down at least.
That's what I just did again, and it locked up. Like, I had 3 little dots going across the bottom.
If you turn up, I didn't know this. No, wait, dude, that's the volume on the TV messes with
Who's
it.
here? Oh,
It's Kai.
what's up, Kai? How you going? Hey, Kai.
I'm not Kyle today.
Here. Let me take these out. I can hear now. Yeah, at that time I was like, Stern, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, I gotta switch this, I think.
Is there anybody else?
Are we waiting
Yeah,
on
it's you, man.
Are we
I
waiting
know,
on
I gotta turn the
waiting on
Okay, I think I
That's
put it
right.
up there.
I
So
didn't mean to aggravate you earlier. I was confused on what
Wait.
was going on.
there's like I'm trying to talk to the page.
What the fuck? Be real loud.
I think Scott's watching naughty movies or fighting movies. I don't know.
is the screen shared on? Okay,
Mute myself.
just make sure. So you see the piano on the right,
Mhm.
like on the piano. I still have it to this day, and that's my great grandma in the 50s
Nice.
in her home. And I know the picture's a little faded and a little because it's it's an old slide. So, but compared to Rich Cali told me too. I mean, I could even see it myself, but I still have the piano. So that's how I was just showing you the piano over there on the right. I still have that.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. So I think that, and I think because well, her parents died.
Was he talking? I couldn't hear anything.
Hey, Scott.
Oh, you couldn't hear me?
Anybody.
My bad.
I could hear you.
Nazi. Bingo.
I know you can hear me, Kyle, but can Melissa can? I guess how this happened is that because my grandfather's
I
second
think it's my
wife.
fault.
No, it's all right. Oh, she left. Why she left now?
I don't think she meant to do that.
Yeah, she must have left by accident. But yeah, man. I mean, that's pretty cool. Why I had that, you know. There, she came back.
Yay, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, I couldn't a minute ago. That's why I was when you had the
So-
picture up.
The piano in the right. I still have that to this day, and that's my grandmother, my great grandmother in the 50s.
She looks like my great grandma, Julia Ethel.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Just the,
Yeah.
With the tight curls and the black glasses.
right. I just like her, like something about her with the glasses. Like I just like her cat eye glasses that she has. I mean, before that she had like those.
Wait, are we on?
I forgot what glasses were those. But you know what people wore in like in the 40s, like before the cat eyes, like they're like little small. Like I can't describe it. Hold on.
Like the Harry Potter looking ones almost.
Yes, there you go. Those.
I don't know what happened ever since you left, but it's like I can hear me and him talking. Echo.
Oh yeah, we're acting.
I don't really care. I'm just saying change.
Yeah, me either, to be honest.
I
I kind of like to hear myself talking away.
Hello.
Oh yeah, that definitely came from Melissa's end.
I'll refresh again.
I ruined everything. She didn't say anything.
She left again. I think she's gonna come right back.
Wow. How'd you get glasses that fast?
They were right here on my desk.
Speaking of glasses, yeah. So, no, what's so
Is the
echoing? I don't mind it, but
it's still there?
yeah, it's still there.
Hmm. Oh, hey, cancellation.
Wait, hold on. I
Huh?
don't hear it now. I don't hear it now.
That's weird. It used to have you
Yeah,
hit echo.
me either.
It used to have you hit echo cancellation if you were using headphones. But okay, that worked. There's a button for that and everything.
Yeah.
See, I got smarter. I put the glasses on. Like, I know what button to hit.
The glasses fixed everything.
Right.
I can see clear now. Oh.
My brain was gone. But I put the glasses on. Oh, that switch.
So yeah, but I can't believe I have it to this day. I mean, that's just what's the amazing part. I guess because when both of her parents died, Toby's, my grandfather's second wife, I guess she brought it to the apartment that because she played piano, so it kind of makes sense. So I guess she brought it the piano to the apartment. Then when she married my grandfather, they moved it over here, and since then it's there ever since.
He's got a song in his heart all the time. What can I say?
We all got songs that we like. Huh?
They're all coming.
I can't even tell what's going on.
Well,
I just hear like if Netflix captions it, it'd sound like indistinct music.
I don't know.
Turn it up.
Oh, he's done.
Oh.
Hey, Hector, how's it going?
Oh, Hector's here. How you doing there, buddy?
Hector, I think I sent you a link earlier. I'm pretty sure.
What? To the stream?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I first started, because I was like, well, nobody knows. So I was like, well, Stern, him.
Stern, right? Stern. As a matter of fact, I'm working on that record player still. I just haven't. I actually got worked on the record player, and the turntable starting to work, but I just need to do stuff electrically with it.
Are you good with electrical wiring?
I'm learning to do it, but that's what happens with the capacitors inside the machine. Every 50 years, I have to recap it. So, because it's making a hum noise. I mean, that's what I've learned, but electronic will work, especially with these types of machines. So, other than that, it's a good machine.
Your turntable on?
Right. Where it's at. No, I was going to say, if you're good with electrical wiring, maybe I could show you the thing on the panel on my hot tub. Hey, Calvin, how's it going?
Look at her, man. Yeah. We had that issue.
And obviously, if you have a older record player, you need to learn how to service it. I mean,
Service it.
Yeah.
You really do. It depends.
I have one. Oh, my
I have a 1956 RCA, and I mean it works pretty good, but I just need to do the electrical parts of the stuff, and I need to do the mechanical parts on it. Happen.
I think History Man was reading my lips when I said it hit me in the head. Well, at least it was like the flat part. It wasn't a corner because it was like that old particle board. And like, my head, I could put like a small divot. I mean, it busted through somewhat, but yeah.
Huh.
was like, oh my God. What's it like tonight? Oh my gosh. Where is that stupid thing at? Oh, there it is. I had Tim help me put my leopard, print door blanket in the closet. And he hit this board and it came down and it went right into my head. Yeah, well, it slid down my head and then hit me in the chin. And I was like, hey, it didn't hit me in the eye. I don't care. I'm fine.
No stories about a black eye.
Right. Oh, man. I went through a couple of weeks where I think between him and, I don't know, our old house, I think something was trying to sock me in the face. Like I had a plate slide off of another one and went crack right on the bridge of my nose. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. And then one night, well, you remember when you dropped the window seat on my face?
I know, not know nothing.
Well, that was right after the plate cracked me in the nose.
Yeah. That's bad. Bad mojo.
I know.
No good.
That's what I'm saying. I think so.
I think it's called the people's elbow.
The people's elbow? That's not the people's elbow. There's Hector incoming.
Hey guys.
Hello, Hector.
What's up?
How you doing?
Actually, I've been skipping around, watching the debate, and then I did some coin work, and then I did some reading, and then I saw some
Hector, I was
news.
about to say.
Up here?
Well, hey, Hector.
Yeah,
How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I haven't talked to you in a long time.
I can't think
Yeah.
of that.
At least a couple of weeks.
So how you been up? What you been up to?
It just moved.
Cleaning, doing stuff. My last day of work was
Wine.
last week.
Oh,
Okay.
we gotta solve this mystery.
Well, I should be retired 2 years ago.
Yeah, man.
I might do that this year.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
I don't think I've met Kyle before.
Hector, this is Kyle. Kyle, Hector. Hector's awesome. Kyle's pretty
How
cool.
you doing, sir?
Good. I got
He's
cheese balls.
I used to eat those a lot, but I gave them up. The cheese get to me.
We used to say in high school when we eat them, they'd make your boobies bigger.
Well, I saw them.
They couldn't
For the
keep the
guys?
cheese balls. No, for the girls. But they
Oh,
could cheese balls stuck.
Well, I saw them on the shelf today, and they said it's back, and I was like, I never know they left.
They used to be in a blue bag. Like,
Yeah, it used to be a lot bigger.
I was like that color.
This was
everything
only
used to be a
like
lot bigger.
I don't know. It's compared to a beer can.
Okay.
It was like $1.70 or some shit.
Man, that's back when you could actually get like junk food at school out of a vending machine in soda.
Oh, I forgot to
Now-
ask you, Hector.
Yeah, go ahead.
How is that Magnavox going with that stereo?
Oh, I tried playing it, and the radio works. It's just that the phonograph doesn't work.
So
doesn't
wait, it's a
respond-
record changer, right?
Right.
And what do you mean? So it's like the record changer's not functioning, or the player's playing at the wrong speed?
It doesn't measure it doesn't drop the LPs. If I put 2 or 3 of them on there, it doesn't drop the first one. It'll drop all 3 of them sometimes. It doesn't measure the
So it just doesn't
the
measure
LP.
what it has.
Right.
That's interesting. See, that's a Greg question because Greg has those.
Right.
Because Greg has a BS. I'm not sure what type of record changer you have for your Magnavox. I'm not sure if it's a Garrard or I doubt it's a BSR. It could be a Garrard, but
I know it's German made.
oh, it's a German. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know any German brands.
Well, I have
record wise.
back in the 70s, I bought a whole hi-fi set with a dual, what they used to call dual.
Dual. Duals. Yeah, right. Duals. Yeah. So you have a dual set then.
Dual
Yeah.
cassette player?
No.
I'm
Dual
kidding.
as in record player.
I
Yeah.
know.
It's a German brand.
Huh. Okay. I mean, all right. I mean, that's kind of strange. I don't think it need. No, I don't think so. And when you turn it on, it makes like a squeaky noise, or if it's
More like a clicking sound.
like a clicking sound. Now, I think it's telling me that it needs lubrication.
Yeah,
I think that's what it needs.
and
So
it
you
sounds like
can
metal
get
on metal.
you can get like it's easy to do. Just take it apart, get like 3-in-1 oil or the mobile one I showed you, whatever work. The mobile is more thicker, but you know you can use 3-in-1 or the mobile and just get like a toothpick or like a what's that thing called a cotton swab and just not too much of it, but just put a little bit on the gears
Like a
and
schmear,
everything on it. Like Greg
Yeah.
literally had a video about this. I mean, I can send you how to do it.
Okay.
Like, I'll send you an
Actually,
email. Greg literally made a video about it.
I've been working on my two trucks. My 1957 Chevy half-ton pickup and my 63 C10.
Oh, you have classic
Custom cab.
cars.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
had classic cars.
yeah, I've got 4 projects.
Yeah, it took a few months for you to let that cat out of the bag with all of us. I was like, really?
Yeah, guess what? In my dad's 63 truck, the one that I got, I found a 63 Benji in the bottom of it's like a pocket in the side of the gas tanks on each side where the cabs go down into like a cab where the mount the mount the cab.
Cool.
Yeah, it was crusty and it was like
No coin in all the cars.
yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, some of the junkyards have the best places to go get coins because they're always finding change.
You always
In the
find
cars
it.
and taking
Read my
apart.
mind.
Oh yeah, that'll be a good start. Yeah.
You know, so the truck's been sitting there for a year now. So I started this time of the year. I started working on my cars.
Chevy, right?
Yeah, Chevy, and a C10 custom cab.
Just looking this truck up because I wonder what it looks like.
It's a square body. The fleet side means it's not a sub side. It's just paneled.
Hold on, let me see. What's the model name?
Chevrolet 1963 C10.
Oh, C10. Okay.
It's a custom cab.
Oh, it's sick. I like it. And you're working on it?
Mm-hmm. Right now I'm working on the brakes,
Sick.
changing that. I'm gonna go from 6 lug to a 5 lug axles and change the front end disc brake.
In front of the axles and that. Okay. That's a sick truck. Oh, I would drive that.
What are you working on there,
Yeah.
Hoovy? What are you working on there?
I was working on not being too noisy while you guys were talking, but
Well, my interests go from cars to coins. So you got coins like it. Oh, jeez.
I've already went through these. There's like $100 of quarters there from the. Well, actually, no wait. This was the 60, and then some of the 100. Car wash ones. I emptied out their front machine last night, so I only ran around to the back and put like 20 more bucks in, and we got the heck out of Dodge because somebody pulled up, and Scott said, they're going to be so mad if they can't get change out of either one of the machines. So I was like, yeah, I'll quit. But no, we started at a new bank, and the bank or the roll, I took in like $101 worth of quarters, and I said, "Can I get that back in rolls of quarters?" And the girl smiled, which freaked me out. She goes, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, definitely." It's like, oh, buddy, yay! I'm glad we switched banks. So I didn't find any Rockefeller quarters in there.
Uh-huh.
So I know in the neighboring town they've got to have them because Scott brought home one the other day. But I think my hot streak's over from get $20 from the gas station and find one, and I can get $200 from the car wash and find that whole thing. Because I mean that was like June, July just went boom, 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 like 4 of them, and then nothing. But I think they're starting to loosen up on it since.
Yeah, I heard the bank is starting to let more than $20 go out the door. I said $20. Come on. I've got 2 boxes.
Sorry, I was
Why you
reading
do
stuff again.
I got 2 boxes still here I haven't even turned in because I don't want to turn them in unless I can find a bank that'll let me exchange it for 2 more boxes.
Right on. Good morning, John. Can you come on, or are you on your way to work?
Hector.
Yes, sir.
I'm also planning to get. Planning
What?
to get a phonograph. I really need one to get one of those because I got some worn 78 records that can play in a phonograph.
Uh-huh.
That I need. Like you know what a phonograph is.
Yeah.
Actually, there's got to be a place where you live. I mean, it's a more population. You got more shops out there, but there's a place in Fresno that actually refurbishes and sells old photographs.
Like, what do you mean? Like
A Techniques, a Pioneer, a Sony. Some are belt driven. Some are driven. What they call direct drive.
No, I really need like an actual phonograph from its time because
like what
so
year?
I can play like 1910. No, actually, all the way 1900 to like maybe the 20s. But I really want to get those portable ones, probably from like the 30s. That's what I need because I found one from 1920, but it's a Grand Finola, and I want to put that in my living room, but I just have so much stuff. I have nowhere to put it, so that's why I want to get like those portable ones, so I can I have some worn 78 records from the 1900s and 10s and 20s, and they're not really good on an electrical. They don't sound good on an electrical record player like I have. So that's why I want like a phonograph because it would sound better. Especially it was made at a time when these things were available. So
right.
So that's why I think a phonograph for my older records, if it's worn, it will have better sound compared to the electric one.
Well, my suggestion would probably scour your area on Craigslist or even offer up, or just go to the antique stores and go to an antique store and say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. Is there a certain model or brand name that you're looking for?
Think about getting not really. I mean, whatever works. I mean, if it's portable and it sounds good, then yes.
Well, as old as I am, I remember my grandparents when they had theirs, and it was what they call a tabletop model with the crank on the side.
Yes.
But I haven't seen one of those since middle 60s, 1960s.
And they still use them?
Well, one of my aunts or one of my uncles has it. I know because it was in the house when my grandparents had it.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're very good if you have like very like worn out 78 records. They're very, very good.
Well, the refurbished ones, I mean, they probably cleaned them up and got them
so what do
running.
you mean? So what do? They put like what, like a modern Sony in like the phone, so they take their original phonograph out, and they like what? They put like a modern Sony in there, or probably like a late set. Like I know people in the 70s did that stuff too. I see some 70s stuff in those in those
Well,
phonographs where people
when I got my
gut the
stereo, when
thing
I got
out.
my stereo, I mean that was the name
No,
of the day in those
I
days.
mean, oh no, your
Stereo.
console is great.
Yeah, there was only 2 speakers though, and then it went to quad sound, and then that was 2.1, and then it went to 3.1, which is 2 speakers and a sound bar or subwoofer and two, front speakers, and that was it. And that when I was selling
Right.
for good guys, I was going up to 7.1, with 2 basses, 2 fronts, two rears, and then 2 satellite rear fronts, 2 mid ranges in the sides. I mean, it can get complicated for stereo, but if you're just looking for sound in the 78s, then just get yourself one of those old Victrolas. RCA is the other brand name that I used to remember,
I
but
mean,
that was
Victrolas, yeah. I mean, I got this record from 1917, Nora Bass. I even got over there, the famous World War One song.
mhm.
This is worn out. I mean, it's a little worn, but you can still hear an electrical player. But I need to play a phonograph to hear the good sound off of it, though.
Now I've heard of laser tipped, but those are more modern, and you can get
Like, what do you mean? What's it called?
well, I'm not sure of the brand anymore because I've seen them at oh geez, where did I see it at? I saw it at an electronics store in Fresno where
Yeah.
they use a laser light to pick up the sound.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean,
And
I still need like an actual phonograph, then
right.
So because
I mean, no, it's a complete phonograph. The light just picks up the sound. I don't know how it works, but that was years and years ago, and now
Like it still looks authentic, but it's got that high tech in it, so to
right,
speak.
right.
right,
Because
right,
the quality of the sound engraved in the disc is the same sound you put there with the full contact with a physical item on the
Like
record itself.
right, like literally like the needle on the record.
right. And not the ones like, even like the ones with the horns. They're very expensive. Like the one with the horn on it. There's actually ones that have the horn inside of the of the phonograph.
Uh-huh.
But the horn is like literally inside the
It,
machine instead of like
it,
outside the machine. I like to get the
you
ones that
know,
are inside the machine because the ones on the outside are very expensive. So because that it's we know that's a famous phonograph. Not a lot of people know that phonograph is really inside the machine. There's some phonographs that are
now,
like horns like
i-
inside the machine. So
is
go
there
ahead.
any companies out there that make new versions of the old style
Um,
Victrolas and RCA
quote
monitors?
unquote. Oh yeah, there's like we call them oh, what do we call them? They're reproductions of those phonographs, but they're not very great. I forgot what they're called. Um, oh man, we call them something else. We call them phonographs because the quality is not really great on these like reproductions.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot made by who though. And then we got like another one that I don't really call a phonograph. I just call it a record player, but it is a phonograph. Like Closet Cruiser, they do it too, and a lot of stuff like that. A lot of companies do it. Crosley does it, quote unquote Crosley or quote unquote Victrola. I'm not really a big fan of those cheap end players because those are the ones that are made in China, but they just they slap an American product, even though they don't make
Well,
the actual ones anymore.
you're not going to pay. You're not going to get quality out of the item that you get. Yeah, you'll get a functioning one, but not for long. But the German ones and the ones in the British, the ones making over the overseas ones, you bring them to the United States, they're going to be worth. They might cost you
Exactly.
about 800
That's
bucks. So,
$800 exactly.
Hector, do
So
you
but
count that as poop? I count that as poop, I think.
which
sorry.
I
sorry
said
what?
you count that as poop. I count that as poop, I think.
What on the coin?
The pooping horse. It's right about there.
I don't know what could be that. Could count that.
Yeah. I'll set it aside. I'll get if I get another one out, then I'll be like, "Ah." Okay.
But Hector, I mean, I would suggest is, for example, like the best record player out there, like modern wise, like a modern turntable is an Audio Technica LP20. But that's like 400. That's like a $400 stereo. I mean, no, $400. Oh no, actually no. I think it's a $500 turntable. If I could be wrong, but it's more. It could be a little bit more than that. But it's a really good turntable, but it's just expensive, and also you have to buy the speakers, you know what I'm saying? And that's like a lot of money you're paying over there.
The quality of sound that you get out of a record of 78 from the 1920s and 30s, you won't get the quality sound out of the speakers or improve on it. What
Right.
you get is the sound that
Right.
you get a speaker from that
Because
era.
It's not from the era, exactly. Like if you get something that's made from that era, like a phonograph, then the sound quality you might hear it, very good, especially if it's a worn out 78,
Well, the thing is, you try not, anything that you use in a record, even when I was playing 78s when I was in high school, not 78s, 33 and a third, when that was the norm of the speed.
Right.
You got quality speakers because it enhanced it, because the recording was a lot better.
Of course.
But not the recording back in the 20s and 30s. Part of the nostalgia of using that kind of music is because
I'm not sure.
That's how they heard it.
I mean, I can turn my 50s. I mean, I'm not sure Melissa would because I want to. Matter of fact, no, I'm not going to put it on here. I'm just going to show you. I'm going to send you the video.
No, I was they do fine. I've had music playing in the background on that. I probably got copyright strikes left and right.
I just want to show Hector, like this record is not real, like it's very worn out, and you don't really. I mean, unless if you want to hear Nor's voice very muffled, unless you want to hear about that. But
you better play me some Glenn Miller.
Have I? I think I have a couple of Glenn Miller stuff. I don't. No. Glenn Miller is Bluebird. I don't have his. I don't think I have his records. I have one of Benny Goodman. Like I said, yes, I do. I have a red Columbia of Benny Goodman.
Yeah.
I got a peek.
So I have that, but it sounds great because, like I said, 40s and 50s, 78s, it works on a turntable like that because it's made for electric record players. But if you have like something from the 20s and it's very worn out and just muffled, you can't really hear. I think it sounds better on the phonograph than
Oh yeah, like.
So, and I'm planning to get a cylinder player. That's before records. So, like we're talking about 1900s, 1890s type stuff.
You used to call those the Edisons.
Yeah, the Edisons. Yep, the Edison cylinders. I'm planning to get those. Like I'm getting myself a cylinder player.
Is it like the piano player, the playing piano had like the holes punched in? I'm joking. You're like, no. Yeah,
it's close, but
those cylinder players are expensive. Those cylinders are expensive.
They're very expensive.
Yeah,
like very. Like I saw one in my antique store, and they're asking like for what? $700 probably. I don't remember the exact price, but somewhere around there.
Yeah.
But those are. I have my friend has one of those. Like literally, like he collects those and he literally plays it on the player. And he actually has a collection of phone. Like I can give you his channel if you like. Like he has a really amazing channel.
Yeah. You should have. I don't have my Facebook.
His name is Paul, but he goes by Nipper's Lounge. You know Nipper, the dog on the RCA. Yeah.
His head tilted.
Yeah. So that's his YouTube name.
Okay, you say.
He's an amazing guy. Like literally, he would play like cylinders, 20s and 10-teens records. He even has he even does the paper roll. You know those like you were talking about with the piano with the automatic paper roll. He even does that. So He's a really awesome guy.
I was just kidding.
No, he actually does it. Like that's amazing what this guy has. It literally. Because when he first pulled up the machine, I was like, "What is that?" And he's like, "I forgot the machine's name, but it was like, I think it was before the phonograph. Like they had the idea of like the phonograph like before it. So they had like these like paper rolls. Hold on, let me just show you his channel, and I'll link it if you guys want to look at it, because I think he has an amazing channel.
Hey, Sin Hoarder, how you doing, sir?
Oh, he hasn't uploaded a video. Oh no, he uploaded a video day before. Ada Jones, yeah, Ada Jones. That's pretty old. Billy Murray. We're talking about like 1900s.
It's funny
Yeah.
the music.
I mean,
Eddie Van Halen.
you have some Hector, like 78.
I have I have records from Mexico that are from the 30s.
Oh, you have Mexican 78s. I mean, I mean, that's your friend. That's pretty cool, actually. Because I don't have any foreign 78s, to be honest. I would love to get some though.
In my dad's neighborhood, I mean, he was 93 when he passed away. So you're looking at the 1920s. He was born in. So his neighbors were Italians and Mexicans and well, mostly in that area. It was Mexicans and Italians. One side of the house would be playing Caruso, and the other side would be playing
Caruso. Oh yeah, I have a couple of those. Those are the older ones too.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying I've had Mexican, singers at the house.
Okay, that's interesting. Actually, I have a couple. Hold on, let me just show you my Caruso records. I have a couple. Let me just link my friend's channel first. So if you want to see it. You know, he's a really good guy. His name is Paul. So.
All right, you guys. I know I've had at least at one time 9 or 10 people in this chat. And I've got my buddy's link up there for his channel. And he says he thinks he got 3 subscribers because he has 9 now. So,
wait, so somebody unsubscribed? Who's that?
Oh, my friend Tim. That's the guy on the thumbnail with me for the stream.
Somebody unsubscribed his channel?
No, he just started one.
Oh, he just started. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I was like,
I'll give it. Like the one that you just highlighted?
Yeah, I'm gonna copy and paste it again though.
I'm gonna
it's easier to get that than off the scroll at the bottom of the chat. So
yeah, I'm on my phone right now, Ross. I would check it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it on my phone because my computer's gonna freeze up. If I just do it, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I might have put his link in the description so it'd be there later. I think I did. But thinking and knowing are 2 different things. And I just clicked on my own YouTube channel. Huh.
Hey, Kyle, where are you in the time zone? I'm in the Pacific time zone.
Central.
Central? Okay.
He's a couple hours from me, I think.
Yeah.
You mean driving distance, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Driving distance to a couple hours?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Yeah, we live pretty close.
I'm far for everybody. Well, not everybody, but most.
Where are you at? California or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think you're in Illinois, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I just always say like I'm an hour east of St. Louis because it's like easier marker than
Oh yeah.
anything around here immediately.
It's 2 hours north of northeast of St. Louis.
See, not that fun.
I've been to, let's see. I've been to the southern states, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Washington, Baltimore. That's about it. Oh, and Hawaii several times.
Damn.
But
And a lot more than I have, probably.
yeah, I'm a lot older too, so I had plenty of time to move around a little bit.
Wow. How old are you?
I'll be 64 in December.
Oh, damn, you sound young. I mean,
Yeah.
not like young, like a kid, but I wouldn't expect it.
Yeah, a lot of people who knows this. I get that a lot.
You've been around all the coin people for so long, you haven't heard that in a while because so many people know you.
Yeah.
But we all be
I
like,
try not to act my age because I'm a teacher, and if you act the way most 64-year-olds act, kids shut you down real quick.
I can see that. Yeah.
So I got more energy than they do sometimes.
You do sound young. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you really do, Hector. I mean, when I first met you, I literally thought you're like in your 20s or something.
Yeah, that's where I got kind of cocky there. You sound
Hector's
young.
just a
Like
young
you,
little
like I was thinking that you said, "Well, I'm older than you." I was like, "How do you know? I'm 33. You don't sound older than me."
I love that.
I love that.
Well, I guess I made you older because when I first started talking, I was like, I figured you were my age or maybe a little. Yeah, I was like a little bit younger.
Someone will call the house, and they'll think it's my son Esteban. He's 31, and he'll pick up the phone just to play with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll answer it next time and said, "Well, no, this is still Esteban." People still think, "Hey, quit playing around. Where's your dad?" I said, "Right here." I even get it from the kids. Well, they told me that. Well, part of it is that I coach sports. I'm a PE teacher. So hanging around with a bunch of kids, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, you tend to take on their personalities and their voices and their patterns, It's when I have to be with adults. I can't remember myself. I can't talk the way the kids do. And sometimes they talk really strange.
Yeah.
And I pick up their habits too.
I mean, what's that old Tom Petty? You never slow down, you never grow old. Right?
Yeah, I'm not planning to slow down.
That's why Hector didn't want to retire. And I was like, man, think about all the time you'd have to go through coins. And he's like, I wouldn't get up and be as active as I am. I'm like, you'd make yourself get up and be active. Come on.
Yeah, I've seen too many guys my age. Oh shoot, even some guys 5 or 6 years younger than I am. They're in the hospital all the time, taking tons of meds, stressing out all the time at work.
Yeah. Well, see, you said they were stressed out because of work. We're talking about you retiring from work.
Well, my wife is retiring in 15 days.
Oh, that's cool. You guys have it so close together. I mean, I know you kind of were putting yours off because you're like, I don't want to. Yeah, just exactly. And then,
I might do this: coach full time, work like 1 or 2 days a week in the classroom or 3, and anything I make as a teacher, I use it as my play money and my fun money, or I should say, my coin money.
Right.
And do it that way.
I'm mad at you. That's what I do too. Be like, yeah.
Besides, I got too many hobbies.
Don't start looking at rocks and shit. I warn you.
Oh, sure.
Too late. My grandson likes collecting rocks, and we're now doing these rocks that he collected. And it's I got it in the garage. Yeah, they're tumbling right now as we
That's
speak.
that's a very, very, very loud machine.
What
You have
is-
one. You collect coins. I mean, you collect
I used to have a rock tumbler, but yes, I collect raw now.
My mom would not let me have one when I was little, but I guess that's why. Good morning,
yeah, they're,
Father.
they're actually loud. I made a box for one of my grandsons to his mom's house where it's got carpet inside
Yeah,
and it's enclosed.
yeah, because those things. I had one in my basement, and we had we bought a house that had the person who owned it before us had a wet bar in the basement. It was tight as hell. It had a shower, had literally a bar set up with glass racks in the back, mirrors everywhere. It's tight shit.
Here's some people that had, well, let's just say settlement money from a wreck, and they had a pretty tight setup, and they trashed that house. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. It's
I
like,
was working on houses today. Those people had more money than God. Doing a sewer line for this lady. I'm like, it was ridiculous, dude. It was like an apartment complex, but it was her house. It's fucking stupid.
I'll go hang out on the West Wing today.
It was like on the side of a mountain in Boulder. That shit, like the neighborhood was like a forest.
Well, the only things that prevent me from not retiring is school goes back full time, and kids in the classroom. But if this COVID thing goes bad and the kids go to the classroom and they get sick and they close the school down for the rest of the year, then I'll consider retiring.
Why don't you consider?
Don't forget to bring it down.
You dork.
I mean, I can still teach online.
Right, like that.
A lot of parents are getting really, really upset because they can't teach their kids. And
I'm sorry, but new math. What is that? Why are we doing that?
Because it's
new math
core.
is about to be extinct. That's what that is.
What's
Think
that?
parents are going to teach new math? You're high. New math is about to go extinct again.
Which
And
math? What math?
new math?
It's a cycle. It's a cycle. I mean, I've
There's
been
new math? What do you mean by new math?
They changed math from when I went to school versus when you were going to school.
Oh,
Because
yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh
it's
yeah.
because it's more abstract than it is
Okay,
It's more conceptual and abstract than it's supposed to be, concise, precise, and numerical.
Math is math. It's not open to interpretation.
Everybody,
You wouldn't think. Yeah.
That's
You
what I don't
think.
like about math. Like, I literally don't like about math. Like, everybody has to change something about it, or at least they pull up a new thing about it.
The
And I'm
bottom
like,
line.
this is not what I've learned.
The bottom line is when you start teaching a new concept, when they start talking about Common Core, race to the top,
Common core. That's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah,
I don't mean to
everything
interrupt you, but I didn't. That wasn't taught to me.
Well, the reason,
for lack of a better term, the normal math, the rest of the waking.
I call it carry the one. It's the carry the one math.
It's what?
I didn't even.
It's
I didn't
carry
understand.
the one.
I didn't understand half the shit we did anyway.
well,
Like when I was in school and I graduated in 2005, and I had to pass certain math classes that made no kind of drunk sense, but certain math classes that made no fucking sense. Like I passed.
I agree.
I was like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this?
That, and it depends on who teaches it to you too, because if you can't understand what they're telling you,
I understood it, but I didn't know why I had to know it. I think a lot of it was like just for problem solving. Like it helps you solve problems.
yeah, that's why I call it.
To understand latitude. To understand longitude in mapping, you have to understand the distance and time traveled. Like that is like the whole train theory. That is how you determine longitude in travels, and like that they didn't learn that until like super recent. Well, they didn't learn it again until super recently.
That would be useful information, right?
Yeah. That is what that references. That whole if he is on a bus traveling this fast, when will he arrive here? That is how you determine the longitude versus the latitude where you are in the world.
You know, it's been my experience that it isn't so much that the math was hard, is that kids could not understand and read and comprehend at their grade level. Most of my kids, when I was teaching in 7th and 8th grade English, about 12, 15 years ago, 16 years ago, most of my kids were reading 4 years behind in reading. And that was the average for 7th graders and 10th graders.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is, though?
They
don't like to read. They don't
My
like
generation didn't read.
They don't
use
practice at home.
proficiency test to see like where they're at, you know, with the statewide thing.
Right.
Believe
I mean,
me.
why do you think kids are so far behind? Like, I mean,
I can't
I'm
write.
not
I don't
trying to
write, I don't
brag,
read.
but like, I had a college reading level when I was like in like 7th grade. Like, I don't know.
See, I do
like,
too.
why-
That's 'cause I cheat.
what do they not do right anymore?
I
Well,
I
people-
cheat. I personally don't read. I skim. I find keywords that make the sentence or the subject make sense, and then I just kind of assume in my brain and write like at least 90% of the time. It's like when you're looking for a keyword in the dictionary and you're racing to find who can get the word fastest, and you just skim for that word. I'm good at doing that and putting that and comprehending what they're trying to get off of like a few keywords because I'm so dyslexic that I'll read like this word and this word and this sentence and this sentence and this sentence and this sentence. It's terrible.
But I can tell you, I can tell you, I taught English for 11 years, and most of it was in middle school. And kids are not diagnosed for like dyslexia or ocular movement or anything to do with reading. And a lot of it is it's a social attitude that kids don't read. Girls do because they're more mature, they're more stable, and they do a lot of different things that boys are more impulsive. They want the reaction and feedback as soon as possible. They want to be successful and they're competitive. And when they don't feel competitive and successful at reading, they stop reading. Even newspapers. That's one of the reasons why newspapers have gone down, because nobody reads newspapers anymore. And that's at 9th grade level.
And oh my
Now,
God,
I would agree. I would agree with that. Yeah.
I don't see how those people even pass for being a journalist, because it's like you can't even form a complete sentence. Like it makes me sick.
well, I can tell you that I had to slow my kids down before I even taught any concept in English, pronouns, indirect objects, whatever. I made them just read for the first 20 minutes of class every day. I didn't do any lesson plans because I couldn't figure out why the kids didn't understand what I was saying.
Like you
So I
could read
gave 'em
whatever you wanted.
I gave them a quick test.
Newspaper, like comics or something, but
Well, I gave them a quick test at their grade level. If they were 7th graders, I gave them a 7th grade level, and it was only, answering what does this word mean, and they would have 4 choices. They didn't understand the 4 choices.
my friend Ashley's daughter, her like the stories that they had to read and stuff at the end had a test. Well, hey, what grade's Maya in? First, second? She's in 4th. Oh my God, where does the time go? Okay, well, when she's in 3rd grade. So yeah, exactly what you're saying. 4th grade level reading. Yeah.
If you want kids to pass anything, math, science, history, English, social science, biology, even driver's ed, kids need a vocabulary. From 1st grade to 3rd grade, they need a strong vocabulary. They didn't need to know what prefixes and suffixes are. They need to know what if it's under ground, they know what the concept is. Ground with the under in it. But as simple as
I don't
that,
even have a 10th grade education.
oh, believe me, I've
I don't have a 10th grade
had
education.
seniors that couldn't even read that.
I have a vast vocabulary. That's why you would never guess that I don't have a 10th grade education. I make sure that I know what words mean. And I know.
Oh, I can give you some words that not with me right now because I don't have my files.
Well, it's funny, Hector.
No,
Like you brought up you brought up competitiveness, which I think was a big part when I was growing up because my cousin was 4 years older than me, and he always read these big books. So I felt the need to read these big books,
Kyle,
that were beyond my ears, and so I think that gave me an advantage. And I think,
and that's why we do the same thing with kids who are 4th graders. We have a 7th and 8th grade school across the street from an elementary, and we send all our kids to be reading mentors because they know when they read with an older person and they practice it every day, they're going to mimic that and keep that going.
Yep.
And tests have shown that when they read with an older sibling or an older classmate, they're able to advance in their reading, understanding, and comprehension at a faster pace than a teacher.
With that, and I mean, it is incentive, like to a younger kid that they're like, "Ooh, I'm with the older kids doing something they're doing." You know, it doesn't matter.
Well,
what.
the thing is, they also got to encourage it at home. I mean, I know parents work a lot and they got a lot of things to do, but you know, you'll have to stop and take, you know, even 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and sit there, not even say nothing to him. My grandson, he's in 2nd grade now. He's fighting me right now to, school because he's got classes on Zoom. So I asked him a few questions. I bought a few books that I know and that I've had over 21 years of teaching that I brought with me, and I gave him a 3rd grade book. Here's a 1st grader doing 3rd grade work. Now he's asking me to do the 3rd grade work because he wants that competitiveness. He wants to do big boy work,
Exactly.
And that's what we don't. And then what cut it out was, a long time ago, I used to hear teachers say, "Well, you got to reward them." I said, "Okay," but it was short term. It was instant, and all of a sudden, what I would get now, okay, at the end of the week, if you get all these done, I'll give you something. It worked more for me to do the long term and give them less rewards because they were itching every day to get that done so they can get that reward. Whatever
life
it
is not about doing things for a reward. Life's about doing things so you don't get fucked.
Yeah.
It's not about succeeding. It's not about succeeding for a plus. It's about succeeding so you don't get a negative.
Well, okay, like I'll put it this way: like in 2nd grade, our incentive was if you had your homework done, then you got to play with the Play-Doh or monkeys and like whatever games and stuff like that. So everybody was going to be first done. So there'd be like the first 4 or 5 people wanted the Play-Doh,
I only remember that in one class.
And
it
then,
was computer class.
Yeah. And then in 3rd grade, it was, if you got done with your work, because this teacher, she was like a stickler. And we'd always laugh at her for using the word gibberish. I don't know why. We just thought it was hilarious.
Hey, Kyle, do you have kids?
You say me?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't.
Mm.
The only thing I was gonna say before we get into that, I think everybody's motivated differently.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Like I noticed, for me personally, I was motivated competitively. Like I saw Lucas Baker back in school, and he was like, "I got a better grade than you did," and I'm like, "Fuck
I
this
think
guy. I know I'm smarter than him."
Electronics at an early age are ruining the dopamine level in kids, and it's making them not strive to do things because they're getting an instant gratification release constantly with their phone.
Yeah.
And if you
agree with that.
Here's another thing too.
Just
Kyle,
like
along the line, what you're saying about competition, I had to post my kids' grades secretly because they said that showing their grades was a deterrent for them for motivation to read or learn or achieve a higher grade. And
I don't get that.
They don't get the instant gratification.
I should do better.
Well, I did the opposite. I put all their names, but I found a way to hide all their names, and I scrambled them up, and I gave them a number each, and I would put up their reading scores every day. I would put how many books they read in a week, and I would say, "Hey, John, you read 4 more books than little Alex there." And all of a sudden, Alex is going to the library getting 4 more books just to make sure that he didn't get called out.
Well, yeah, that's exactly. You got to get a kick in the ass, or what the fuck's the point?
Yeah.
Like I think we used to have if you read
you got to kick
in X amount of time, then you got the free Pizza Hut pizza or something like that. Book it. That's what it was called. Book it. Yeah, I forgot about it.
Well, I had a kid in 7th grade in 2010. I remember specifically the kid because he was reading pre-primer. He wasn't even in 7th grade yet reading. Here's a kid who's 7th grade, can't read before kindergarten, and I threw a book at him, and not in a sense of throwing it on his face, but on his desk, and I threw it at him and says, "I bet you can't even read that book." And I don't know how we started talking about reading, and I just couldn't get him to read anything at all. And in order to verify that he read it, he had to take a test. And well, he read it in like 5 minutes. Took the test. Took him longer to do the test, but it was okay. There's a time limit on it, but I extended the time just to get him rewarded on getting that test. He passed it. He got an 85%. 100% would have been better, but 85 is my minimum. My minimum above average score. And guess what happened? By the end of the year, I had him reading at 3rd grade level.
That's wonderful.
3rd grade level. Because I kicked his butt.
Speak of the devil, and then he shows up. Yay!
Hey, Rich. Hey,
Hi,
buddy.
guys.
How you doing?
Hey, Melissa. I was hoping you'd let me sneak on up here.
Of course.
Hey,
always.
Rich.
Hey,
Rich,
guys.
I think you know everybody but Kyle. Kyle, this is Rich. He's the one I was saying built furniture and history.
Very smart guy. Pretty much. Very, very.
I'm trying to
Very
find a way to
knowledgeable.
point. Yeah. Cheers, buddy.
Nice to meet you.
Stern, what is that?
I don't remember what it's called. It's either stibnite or marxite. But Rich Kelly told me to grab some cool crystals and minerals for his grandkids. So I tried to grab some big enough to break chunks off of, so I can send some out to them.
I think
Awesome.
it looks like a Decepticon head.
Yeah, this one's weird. It's really geometrical. It's
Well,
really.
Like, he said Rich's way, and like the snout. And then
Sorry. You know,
They're going to love it.
there goes my pareidolia. No.
and then we got this one will be easy to break into a few
Marbles.
pieces
Marbles.
without annihilating it.
The marble.
This isn't pyrite either. It kind of looks like it,
I have
Yeah, it
pyrite.
does.
but it's got
It's not,
these weird.
it's not a magnesium composition, is it?
It looks like pyrite, but it's got these weird like discs that protrude everywhere.
Kind of looks like a weed flower. Great. To be honest with you.
It's petrified.
And then because you have a loop,
that
we're going to
doesn't-
break off a few of these.
Oh, that's nice.
Cool.
Okay, this came from either Czechoslovakia or Africa. It was a legit mined raw.
If you cut it in half, would it be like a spherical item?
No, it's these grew out of it, bro. It's like the weirdest thing in the world. I made me want to learn more about crystals themselves because these literally grow out of they look like they're growing out of the rock.
Very cool.
And some parts they get bigger where they've been alive longer.
Looks like salt under a microscope.
Yeah, it's if I add this light to it, it'll get a whole lot better looking because this is the one that actually brings out real color. Once I turn this one off. Yeah. And then I'm looking for more of this, Rich, because I think both of them need one of these, and I can't break this one because it's like the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Is it green?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's a triple, so they call them twins when they grow one and then another one, but this one grew a third, and they grow in geometric shapes.
That's really cool.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I found these at the coin show last weekend.
Silver.
You went to a koi showing last week?
Yeah, no, this isn't silver. I think this is either onyx with something around it that's white. But these are black. Like black as black as black.
There we go.
Very cool.
Yes,
Looks like you had a lot of fun.
yeah, I had you in mind, so I made sure to get some cool effing stuff.
They're going to
What
love
about that one?
I have no idea what this is.
Yeah, so that's what I said. Pyrite looks more like.
And it's super
Oh,
thin.
neat.
And then little balls grow on the backside. Like I pulled
No, those are all called crystals, right?
minerals, really, because I don't think the first ones I showed, I don't think these are crystals. This is a mineral deposit of whatever. I think it's malachite.
Why
Malachite.
can't I hear anybody?
Yeah. 1 second.
We're here.
I'll show you how to spell it. Oh no, I think it's Marcus it potentially from Bohemian.
That's just glass.
Bohemian?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rhapsody?
Marcusite. Marcus it. I don't know.
Never mind.
And then one of them was no, yeah. It says
I guess one of the reasons why I don't go getting rocks is because sometimes the best rocks are inside of caves, and I can't stand being inside a cave.
you would be amazed to know how much of the world has caves under it.
Well, I would imagine.
It would
It's
blow
not
your
my
mind.
calling.
Sorry, I keep bumping loosey goosey.
I have some things that make you proud though. Hoobie's gonna hate me for showing it again then.
I'll go outside and get a rock.
That's a nice Indian head.
For real. That is pretty.
Very nice.
Yeah, and I had what happened to you. It just ever so slightly started to want to tone or start to darken. But I remember your story, so it started to darken right here when I pulled it out of the flip, and I immediately threw it in the next one before I could do any more.
Yeah, people don't realize how fast it happens.
Bro, immediately. It was within 10 minutes, this little spot over here in front of his face. Yeah, this little spot right here started to darken within 15 minutes of me opening the flip.
Yeah, I
nuts.
just found my 1903 Indian in with some zinc pennies by accident, and it messed it up.
Oh no.
Yeah.
But I think I found something even cooler. I know that's hard to think. Just name it. Titan.
Oh boy, that was heavy.
Yeah, proof?
I think so. I think I cherry picked a proof.
Wow.
I don't think it deserved that movie.
What was that?
I have no idea who that was.
That didn't do anything.
Hector.
I thought it looked weird when I grabbed it at the show. It looked like extra 3D in my hand. And how it got skipped for so long is like the dealer had just one, like he had one set of, like he bought a collection in mini flips and the rest were large ones. And every other mini flip was a cleaned coin. And he even wrote cleaned on the bottom of them, except for one 1901 that didn't say cleaned, but it just looked like all the other ones. So I pulled it out of the flip when I saw the reverse hit me right in the face.
That's really cool.
I was so happy.
Quarter
Not even
two.
rich.
Nice rocks there, Melissa.
Right, I told you I was going out to the front yard to get a rock if he was going to talk about Indian heads.
I've got
All right,
one
Hector's back.
I have to show you guys sometimes. It's about 70 pounds, though. And it's all quartz crystals. That one looks pretty big.
Stern gave me that rock.
Yeah, this one? Yeah. I broke off. I've been chipping off this to a few of the special people over the past, I think I've had this for 6 or 7 years now.
Yep. And you sent me an Indian head penny to be cute. Among other things, but yes.
And I found out that I don't mind PCC. I genuinely think they're not bad at their job.
Now, as long as you're buying the coin, not worried about their grade.
100% why I did, but this was also the last coin I needed for my dance scope. But it's so good, it's hard for me to break this one out. And that's hard to say for a coin that the slab means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and keep in mind, as soon as you do jeopardize it.
Yep, which is why this one, I think this one might stay because I appreciate their grade. I think this one is undergraded because I think this one is a 66 full steps at least.
I've always underestimated the value of cracking open a slab or not.
I've only cracked open. I've cracked open one, but it was graded a PCGS genuine Jefferson nickel, and I was gonna regrade it, but then I ended up getting the album, and so that coin that I cracked out is sitting right here.
Yeah, I've cracked open more than I can count, but
So the 38D
few
was
regrets.
graded. That was graded PCS genuine questionable color.
Which one? Your 38 or 38D?
38D.
Oh, really?
Yep. And I looked at their photo grade, and the top pop 38D looks exactly like this.
Yeah, I've seen that color before.
I saw the toning matches on at least like 3 out of the 5 top graded coins look exactly like that in color.
Sometimes if there's a little bit too much haziness and not quite enough luster, they do that.
But this was also when PCGS would only put PCGS genuine Jefferson. That was all the slab said. It did not say details. It did not say unk. It said nothing. It said PCGS genuine Jefferson, and on the back it said genuine not gradable, and then little letters below the barcode. And that was the whole slab.
Huh.
Yeah. So, and that's why I bought it because it was $6 and it looked uncirculated as F. So I did research, and that's when I found out that the first 2 letters of the PCGS grade is what detail they gave it, if they gave it one.
Mhm.
Like 91 means something, 92
Right.
means something. And whatever I had was questionable color.
When you join them, they give you a little card, like a business card that has a bunch of those codes on it.
Yeah, I gotta join
That's
it.
what I was wondering about. I bought it for $5. Like, it's a binge eat for $5. Why not? You know.
You
So
got
you
55 proof set for $35.
Well, I've got a question for you guys.
Sure.
I was discussing a certain coin a while back, and I know San Francisco made 73's business strikes, but if you get a proof 73S, let's say in your change, how can you distinguish a proof that's been circulated?
The rim will still be sharp enough to cut your fingers almost.
Oh, dude, it's like brand new quarters. Same thing.
Same thing.
You'll be like,
that edge rim is so sharp. When you go to pick it up, you'll know.
You'll know.
I found a 72. I found a 72 proof in circulation the other day that I had left in my storage for like a year and a half. And even then, being like at the bottom of a dresser drawer mixed with shit, you could still tell. Even though it wasn't shiny mirror anymore, picking it up, the edge, like you immediately could tell.
Pat, we do sleep. It's just that we take naps in between each time we come online.
Not me. I wish I did.
Me and the Sandman are on a 12-year fist fight.
I know. Rich. When I first met him, I think we're going over a year and a half now that we've known each other. But when I first met him, we would be 6 or 7. Even wake up the next morning, the sun is coming up. I remember that a few times. I say to wake that long.
Yeah, we've had that before.
We'll be united. Yeah.
I love the first time that you streamed by yourself, and then it was pretty early in the morning. You said, "Oh my God, there's 13 people in here." I was like, "Coins don't sleep, man."
Welcome to the night crew.
And this 7320 that I'm showing right now, look at the G, D, and O.
Oh, here, let me get you up here.
Yeah, would you please?
I'll definitely try my hardest, but I'm
Yummy.
I'm getting there. There we go.
Yeah, that's a suspicious G. The other ones I have a hard time telling, but the top of that G is what I look for, and that little crease that you have up there is what I look for. Excuse
then
me.
I'll show you this then too.
I mean, I would expect to see doubling elsewhere around the rim for sure. I would expect to see some around the L as well.
Yeah. Let's see.
Here's the B.
Yeah, that bee's crazy looking. It's got a prego belly.
Well, it's got a pregnant belly, but look at the inside of it too, of the bee.
The inside, I think even the back side, the bottom part, and the top of that T compared to the bottom of it. Yeah.
And I think also the Y at the bottom, you'll see a part of the Y at the bottom doubled.
Yeah. See, sometimes the T's will throw me off because I'll be like, oh, that looks weird. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's nothing. But starting
then,
like that's where my eyes will go.
And then the 3 on the far right,
the bottom. Tip of the horizontal bar of the 7, tip of the inside of the 9, bottom of the 3 on the middle bar, top of the 3 on the inside bottom loop of the top.
Yeah, so I'm gonna mark this as a DDO, and I gotta find out which one it is.
73 does not have very many.
Well, I wanted to make sure because I got some change last Saturday, and I had just put it down on my dresser, and I put my dollar bills. I picked up my dollar bills today to use them, and I said, "Oh yeah, I left 6 cents underneath the $10 underneath it." And I looked at it. Well, let me go check the date. Then I saw the 9, the split there going inside. Then I saw the S. It's got like 2 serifs at the bottom, little metal. It's a really thin top of the S. And it gets thick, and there's some little in between there and there. Goes on and on. Anyway, just wanted to see what you guys thought about it.
Now that you know you have a double die, play with lighting where you have lighting that makes that stand out the strongest, and then go with that for a little while. That's how I started playing with my lights.
Yeah.
I found like a really strong double die that I knew was there, and I played with lighting until it stood out like a sore thumb. Like you couldn't miss it, even if you were just glancing. And then after I left my lights for a while I looked at that color coin.
What do you think about the eye?
I mean, we've already determined that you got one, but it's not going to be as much doubled on the inside as the rim, because that's just how doubling works. If it's a class 5 or if it's a class 1 or 2, it's the rim. And it's either going to be counterclockwise or clockwise. If it's a class 5, it's more towards the inside. If it's a class 8, it's like dead center. If you watch Ken Peavy's die classes stream he did, he breaks it down the easiest way I could ever remember it. It took me a lot of times watching it to remember it.
Yeah.
And I still have issues. But yeah, I know class 1 is to the rim, counterclockwise spread. Class 2 is also to the rim, but the other way, and then they start breaking down to like tilted hub doubling is one of the classes to where it's not going to be the edge that's doubled. It's going to have a pivot point somewhere on the coin, and it can be random because it's just where the hub pivoted when it was doing it.
Yeah,
because a lot.
You get suspicious on a lot of different parts. Like even the S looks, split at the top.
The kind of doubling you have, the entire rim will show. The inside won't show as much, but the entire rim of your coin will show doubling. If you have a double, which you do. So yeah, you're going to see it on the T, the R, the E, the U, all of it.
And this was just
how that doubling works.
Guys, I got to go.
Okay, it's not going to confuse what it doubles. It's going to double everything along that seam. So you should be able to see at least that range of doubling across every device on the rim of your coin.
Yeah, I was kind of suspicious about it.
Give or take.
But the reverse is fine. I mean, I don't think there's
only one side will double most of the time. If you have both sides, then you're probably looking to MD over 80% of the time.
And then look at the initials.
73 is the only year they use the giant initials that go up to the top step of the Lincoln Memorial. That is a fun fact trivia for you. That is the only year that F and G is used in the entire Lincoln series.
That's a cool picture. Richard, what is that? One of your relatives?
That's actually my very first photo that I colored, and that's my grandmother.
Oh, cool.
And that's on their first card, the one they took their honeymoon in.
Oh, Rich, did I tell you that I got a document where this dude got signed to warship for World War II. It was March 9th, 1942. He got assigned a vessel and all its seamen, and it's got the presidential seal on it. I got it in a 6 the other day.
Cool. I've got political documents like that. They have a bunch of stuff and information and even some really cool stamps on them.
Yeah, like this silver foil, like presidential.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was half price because it was the final day of an estate sale, and it's framed, and it's this dude who got promoted to machinist and then got a boat, and then he got re-promoted into lieutenant like a few years later and got another boat.
Cool. Neat piece of history.
Thank you.
America? What's going on right now?
Either that's a teddy bear behind Kyle, or it's a clock. I can't tell. On the right. On your right. Yeah, there you go. Right there. You're muted.
Oh.
That's a fan. That's a dirty fucking fan with cat hair in it.
I'm into old clocks.
That's what that is.
Hey, in California, air conditioning isn't the only thing that goes on in this house. I got a ceiling fan in the kitchen, living room. Every bedroom has one. Even the bathroom has a small one.
Yeah, I need to clean it. The fucking cat sheds everywhere, and don't fuck with it too much.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about cats.
Yeah, my poor coin put up with my little furry beast for years and years. Now that she's gone, I realize just how much damage she caused.
Oh, that sucks. Coming across that realization.
Well, my sons have to repair some of our leather couches because the cat likes to use our couches for a clawing post.
Get a clawing post, or that will never end.
Yeah.
But my mom got one for her cat, and it stopped scratching on the leather couch like literally immediately. She hasn't scratched on it not once since. So it works. It does its job. It literally pays for itself in the amount of shit I would have to replace.
Fritz, now that I'm getting ready to look at that, I really like that. That's nice.
Yeah. I've got very few pictures of my grandparents. My grandparents didn't really like to be taking photographs of of them. When they were younger, yeah, but when they got older, they said, no, you don't want to remember you as old as I got. I said, well, I could remember you as a young person because I wasn't around then when you were in your 20s.
Yeah, that's too bad because you miss out on a lot.
Yeah.
My grandparents live in Mexico. I just saw my grandma for the week. It was her birthday today. I gave her presents. Nailed it.
Good.
I give her a Kindle holder. One of the things you hook up to the table. Because she's always reading some shit on there.
How you doing, Matt? This coin I got here is a French token from the King of Council.
Okay, I'm picking Rich. You said French.
And the date on it is.
I'm kidding you.
So the one in the middle is the daughter of the one that took most of my photos that I have. This is like 1880s.
Right.
1870s, somewhere in there.
Then,
that's my grandmother. It's actually my my great grandmother, or second grade, I forget now. Hey, Matt 83.
He says he's driving a boat right now. How's the weather there on the coast?
I'm glad to see you're still.
Rich, the picture with the lady in the dark dress. Whose daughter is she?
Oh, and it's actually marked 1890, so it's a little later than I thought. That's my grandfather's mother
Wow.
on my dad's side, and that's their mother.
See, I don't have pictures that old. But of course, Mexico was very expensive to buy photograph sittings.
Well, lucky for us, you know, our family was part of the Kodak family, or Kodak Eastman. Here's some of the Eastman girls.
You know, I'm fascinated by how they're dressed. The men too.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to find the next picture of them because they're all wearing pearls and furs. Because this is before they made their money.
You showed us that pic. I remember that. I do.
I don't have any cool history except for my great grandma's brother was Steve McQueen, the actor.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Oh,
You don't have any cool history but that.
Now you're the coolest dude in the room because Steve McQueen in my day in high school, when he did Bullet, oh my God, everybody was fascinated with that film. Plus,
that was my mom's grandma's brother.
I love how you said
grandmother's brother. Your mother's grandmother's brother.
And I've seen.
No, actually, no. I take that back. That was my mom's dad's brother. I said that.
Your mom's dad's brother. Okay, that would be closer to my age. I was just figuring out
my mom's 66, and then I don't know how old her. My grandpa died years ago.
So it's like your
would have been in his mid
great
80s.
uncle once removed, or however they do.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Another cool piece. I guess the only other cool piece of history besides that with my life is my great uncle Duke was in the CIA, and he got a signed document sent to him from George and Barbara Bush. Like when he retired, and they signed a picture and said thank you.
Right on. Oh, you should tell.
I guess my great grandma had a bunch of stuff signed by Abe Lincoln, and she sent them in to get attributed, and whoever she sent them to stole them. And my family's retarded, and my family's retarded and never fights for shit like that. Like they just let it go.
I remember.
I found that out today. Like 12 hours ago, I found this out.
Your Steve McQueen died in 80. I remember because it was the year before I got married. It was the last car I got when I was single, and he always. With the cars he drove was always a stick. So instead of getting me an automatic, I got myself a stick just because Steve McQueen always driving a stick.
Maybe that was I've always drove a stick myself. Maybe it's
it deters thieves.
Maybe it's been the genetics. I don't know. But, yeah, one
of my favorite movies is Stalag 13. What is that? The Great Escape. When he did all the motorcycle riding.
Somebody's computer is trying to catch up.
They're trying to notify me that my Norton is expired, and I don't use Norton.
So one of those notifications you've never deleted.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
That was a lot more than one notification there, Hector.
That's the same. It's the same one. It's exactly the same one.
How many times have you dismissed that and just snoozed it?
Yeah, countless.
50.
It doesn't even.
I haven't found it yet
Anymore. It's just a natural reaction to bypass it.
Right, just get it out of my way. I'm trying to do something here.
This is one of those ones that got 1654.
Oldest coin I have is a Japanese one, and it's from 1730 something to 1750 something.
Cool.
It matches exactly. Yeah, I can't read anything up. That's all. Thank God for Google, because or eBay photo search. That was one of the ones that it got right. We found some pitching buffaloes. Buffalo.
Hey, Hoovy, are you a movie buff?
Yeah, there's 1,000 of them behind me.
Do you know the Thomas Crown Affair?
Yeah.
No.
With Bronson, Pierce Bronson, or and he did it with Renee. What's her name? The
Zellweger.
Yeah, no, not Zellweger. Renee.
There was another famous Renee.
Oh no! I know you. With the dark hair.
Yeah.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
No.
Okay, no, I'm thinking of.
Well, it's related to Steve McQueen because the first one who did the Thomas Crown Affair wasn't Pierce Bronson; it was Steve McQueen.
Right.
One of the movies.
Why am I getting what's his face with the accent that talks like this and mixed up in there? I keep
Sean Connery?
Yeah, I keep seeing Sean Connery like blinking all over that. That's what I'm like.
No.
Because he was James Bond.
Yeah, he was. Well, so was Pierce Bronson. He was one of the.
And that's
there you go.
It'll probably piss people off, but Pierce Brosnan was my favorite James Bond. Just because I grew up with it.
I like Adam West.
I'm more into the storyline than I am with each of the actors. Anything else, and also the Bond women. They're okay.
They're okay.
All right.
That is why I love you.
And then the words like pussy galore and what's the other one that caught most? I got we're in high school. I heard that. But, oh my God, this is the word. Oh my God.
Was it one name like a movie named Octopussy?
Yeah. How about the other one on the top?
Cool document.
Honestly,
yeah, this is when he became.
And then there was Christmas.
This is when he became the machinist and got full captainship of the boat, and that is on the 19th day of March of 42, which is like, me and Hoovy looked it up. It was like 2 or like less than 2 months after World War II's official date.
Yeah. Oh my God, I wouldn't quit. He was like.
So he's like the 8th. I think he was the 8th boat shipped made for World War II.
Now,
What's the deal on it? What's the deal on it?
Huh?
James Forrestal? That's the name That's the name of another ship. The Forrestal.
Yeah, because that's the acting secretary of the Navy at that point.
Yeah, Forrestal was a.
And then this little one over here.
I can't remember.
It was an aircraft carrier.
Yep. And this one was. This is when he became lieutenant in July 19th of. I want to say this one was. 44. Yeah.
Yeah. And
But
then discharged.
like the president's signature on them. They're like, they're worth a good penny on eBay. And I was like,
Stern, I bet you can sell that to the Naval Academy archives.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's framed, so there's nothing ever been wrong with it. Yeah, that was a sweet estate sales score.
Nice stuff at estate sales is crazy.
Oh, this stuff like that is it's cool stuff.
Crazy fun.
Hoovy, did you see what Matt 83 wrote last?
Oh Lord, no, put it up there. Where's the rest of it?
Is that the whole thing?
And this is an estate sale find. I thought that was pretty effing cool.
It makes me think of Ace of Base.
It's a legit. It's known as the. I don't think so, but I don't know. It's definitely hand carved and not like perfect on both sides. So it's not like a Chinese item. There's no like real. I mean, it looks old as shit.
You know, or like a stamp somewhere that's like it's this percent made in China.
and the people where the house where I found this is where I found the Roman to English dictionary from 1891 and the letter entitled "The Shipwreck" written in old ass. Oh, Rich Callie, you got to read this.
Oh God, the letter. You know, the only person that I've seen yet that can read every word and that was hidden.
I only pull this out like every once in a while, very, 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 very rarely because I don't like to fold it.
or unfold it. But
And
Rich
I
Valley, like,
I just deleted the pictures of it off my phone today
oh,
because I was like,
I got all.
I don't have it out again.
I got so many pictures on the phone. So we're gonna get this a little closer. And we'll let you deal with page 1 and 2 first. So we'll pull it this way.
You'd think I'd remember what it said
Hold
halfway.
on, I gotta turn this so I can get this angled down more. There we go.
Don't hurt nobody.
It's much clearer today.
Yeah, I can read that really easy.
You should read it out loud because I can't put it all together.
Okay,
There's
the
some-
second word I'm not sure. As
Oh,
Danico flung forth such words,
it's about the sea. It's the seas. The seas.
Strikes the sail full front and raises up to the stars, the sea. The oars are mashed. They are prairie. Swings around, presents the sides of the ship to the waves. The fellows in keep a steep meet. It might be a measurement of water. Some men are suspended on the highest point of the sea. I'm not sure that one. Others see. Yeah, that I this kind of stuff I read really easy.
I know, and I'm really happy about it because there's a whole lot more of this.
Send me some pictures and I'll write it all down for you.
Oh, gladly.
The waves land between the sea.
Yeah. This one's actually kind of easy to read, and it's probably from somebody who didn't have a very high education, so their writing's a lot simpler.
And I think it's over a course of 3 days because he changes his style and then he spell checks himself. Yeah, so
when they get all the whipped letters and the real high arched letters, that's normally somebody that has a bit of education.
Okay. So since it decided to fold.
Oh wait, wrong person. Woo.
Japanese.
There we go.
I like reading old letters. I got one from my great grandfather. He was in Jerome, Arizona, and he was in the silver mines. That was
I have
1912.
a big box of Civil War letters. There's a couple hundred letters in it, and it's awesome to read.
I think this actually says dying on hidden rocks. Rocks called, and I don't know what that word is or name. Holly? H-A-L-I?
Hale, H-A-L-E is what I see.
Okay. I just thought that might have been a dot at the top.
In the middle of the sea, the altars are the highest. Whatever that is.
Cool.
Okay.
It's not that easy.
Something like northeast wind.
It gets aggressive. People start dying. Boats go down.
On sand banks and allowed. A reasonable. It said allowed, and then in parentheses.
On
Reasonable night.
And shallowed.
Oh, I thought it was.
I think he just scribbles this out. Oh no, that's surrounded.
Well, keep in mind they might have been on a boat at the time, so there might have been a lot of movement.
Yep,
probably.
I think it's over the course of 3 days of people watching. I think
he might have been drunk too. He might have been drunk on a
3
boat.
days of a storm or something attacking the boats, where he watches 2 other boats go down and the men die. Because he says surrounded them with a hand of sand or horde of sand. Because I'm sure this says surrounded. Yeah, surrounded them with a blah of sand.
Bank.
Yes.
Bank of sand.
Which that one gets me.
sure. I can't hardly see it.
I think it's a name. Cyrus and Dorothy.
Commanded. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, there you go.
In which?
Which two names commanded?
Yeah. Yes. Commanded. In which? By a sea against.
Yeah, it's stuck by a sea against the storm.
Or stern.
Oh, I was looking some. There was like an old video game, not video game, but old timey game, and I think it was called. It was named Stern, and it made me think of you in the
Oh, pinball. Stern Pinball
Yes,
is like the biggest pinball maker in the world.
I don't know. We used to play Elvira pinball at the bowling alley when I was little, so it's about how far my knowledge went on it.
Before his very eyes is how this one starts. It's very captivating how he starts things. Like the first one was just the shipwreck. And then before his very eyes, the
Swirls and rigidly engulfed, and where are you at?
Here. Before his very eyes.
Oh, I couldn't see that part. My bad. I enlarged my screen because I'm like, what?
Yeah, but before his very eyes, the phenomena. Or is that an F and T?
Stearnsman.
Stearnsman?
Stearman or Sternman.
Okay.
It looks like Stearnsman, but I don't know what the hell that is.
It looks like Stearnsman.
I agree with you.
I don't know what that is, but that's what it looks like.
It's headlong from.
It's headed headlong
from the ship.
But the ship whirls thrice about, or something, maybe like that.
Well, keep in mind they tied each other's to some of the different parts of the boat to keep it going. So somebody was there stuck steering until somebody untied them.
The same place in the sea and rapidly engulfed. Yeah, I need
by the whirlpool of the sea.
Yeah, I got my screen entirely too big.
Men are seen here and there swimming in the
whirlpool.
Vast whirlpool.
The light.
The light.
Arms.
The light arms.
And boards.
Is that BY?
No, the next one.
I don't know what the little black.
I think that's by the something.
No, it's
of the
men.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're right.
The men and boards and
boards in the wells of the
Jaws.
I think that's a slang term for a part of a boat. I forget what that one is.
Oh, the jaws.
Gem jaws or Ben jaws.
Are surging through the waves of the storm. Storm over.
So when was this written? Does it have a date?
I don't think so, but the book I found it in was from 1891.
Yeah, it looks like turn of the century, like 1900 early or very late 1800s.
So where am I? I want to finish this because we're getting close. Holy shit, we were way up here. God damn, there's a lot more of this. Arms around the boards and the well of the jaws. I swing the waves, the storm over. Comes. I have no idea.
Bow.
The strong ship of whoever the hell that is. Henius. Whoa. Those names are starting to get familiarly old.
Yeah, in the bow. That's where we're at. In the bow of the ship of something. And
Greek, Latin.
Yeah, because it's him and okay, so him and this one here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, a bass and at the aged altar.
The ship of the brave.
is the ship of the brave or great, right?
Oh, I was already on the next line. My bad.
That's another name, right?
I think so.
Rojatas.
Pocahontas. No.
That on which, don't know what that word is.
That which would a bass and the aged. That's what I was saying. Alteris. All the next line joints of the side being loose.
Loose.
They heed. Next line.
They heed. What?
Yeah.
Unproven.
Heeds.
What the?
Yeah, I know. Unfriendly. See, and all yarn with something kinks.
Chunks? Shark?
Yeah, chunks.
Looked like kinks.
Neptune? That's Neptune.
Neptune?
That's absolutely Neptune.
Neptune, the Pluto, the Rat.
Neptune something the wind.
Damn, I thought I had bad.
Yeah, Reeboks.
See, I told you it wasn't easy to read that. Believe me.
I'm
It's in the meanwhile, the seas is in
Scribbles. The funeral? I don't know.
turmoil of the land uproar.
Of cloud.
And
Neptune. I gotta put my hand behind this.
Hold the effing coin still.
I'm trying to get my hand behind this so I can.
leaves the storm that is sent out and
very depths in the very depths
quiet
of the sea.
waters at the very
depths of the sea.
Being
upheaved.
Yeah.
He is?
Oh, I don't think you spelled that right.
He is greatly
moved or mourned?
I'd say moved.
Really moved and gazing out.
Over.
Gazing.
We're adjust here. This quote is good.
You're making me sick, dude. Tim's laughing at me.
Now, the nice thing about this letter is he didn't have to worry about space. He was spacing stuff out fairly well. Think about all this that we've read so far being forced onto just a single page of the same size. Because that's what happened a lot of the times. They would write
it seems
incredibly
very
small and just force everything.
It seems
onto
very
one
bad
page.
talking about being demolished by the sea and
yes, this is where people start dying.
and like the great.
So he sees the
demolished by the seas, the Trojan overwhelmed by the waves and by the downfall of the
heaven.
Sorry, Matt. I've had my face like staring at this really hard for the past 10 minutes.
The downfall of the heavens. Nor do the wives of Luna?
Not can be wives.
Or
Wiles.
What? It could be wills. They spell things kind of odd sometimes with some of it.
Or sometimes phonetically.
No, I think it's wives. Nor do the wives of the something escape her
heathen or mother.
How about
Brother?
the wills? How about the wills of her?
Yeah, that's brother.
I'm pretty sure this one's about wives. Yeah, I'm almost positive because I've read as much of it as I can, and I think he talks about it more. He calls the
east and west winds to him.
Yeah, I actually bought a military dictation machine so I could do these letters, so I could pause and stop and read and be able to record. And man, I paid a couple $100 for this really beautiful machine that allows you to dictate. And it made all the difference in the world. But you know, I did hundreds and hundreds of letters.
He tells him this. That's what it says. To him whom he tells this.
There's such confidence you birth.
Taking hold of you. Taketh hold of you, whatever. However they want to word that. Okay, so we'll start here.
Without my
son
commands.
Oh, commands, yes. Wins, or
I think it's your wins in
dare to take. I'm going to say that turned into take land.
Take land and sea.
And to what's that word?
Steer, star.
All out, he said and.
Yeah, he dropped all this, but and so and to something up. And then where does that word come?
Such confusion.
Something.
Oh, confusion. Thank you.
But it is better to allow
the surrounding waves. Sorry. Oh.
Well, keep in mind they had a lot of words that we don't use anymore. So some of these that we're not recognizing could be those. There were tons of them.
Apparently he's drunk as fuck, dying.
Home stretch. This could be on a boat. This could be actively watching this go down. This could be a war with the Trojans going down, and he's on the boat writing this shit.
Something.
Another time.
Will atone your sins to me. Go gracefully, and you say
this to your king. Oh, get out of my way, Ad. I don't give a shit about you. He has given not to me the command of the.
Take him out. Hanging out.
The flood and the something around.
It looks like prairie or puri sword.
But it is
given to me by fate.
That does make me think sword. The something sword.
It says something about. I think it says something about, like, was given to me by fate.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's so many things that we're not aware of, like prairie schooner. Most people are going to think people are talking about a boat, but it's actually a wagon meant for crossing from Ohio into the Indian territory.
He holds that loyalty
lawfully, I think.
I think he holds that loyalty. I don't know.
Softly?
Something of your dwelling.
Close up himself in that jealous
ring.
I'm not sure on that.
Ring. Yeah. And in that ended
enclosed
palace
of the winds.
Damn, that was rough.
Yeah, it makes me feel real stupid.
None of us can read, apparently.
Well, it's a whole different thing. Some of it, like some of the stuff I read is from the early 1800s, and they had like what looked like double F's that represented double S's, double T's, double R's.
Oh yeah, the
And
language,
it's the
the
same
language
thing
has
over and
definitely
over.
changed over time.
More of
we also had about
that story.
8
I found that in a 50-cent book from Latin to English dictionary.
had 8 other letters that we don't have anymore.
Oh, that was cool. I'm glad I got to read the end of that. So, when were the Trojans prominent?
Trojans?
Yeah,
USC, or you mean like Greek?
Greek. When were the Greek? When
I
were the
haven't
Greek
I haven't
Trojans
used one in a
prominent?
while. Oh, wait, what?
That's a real question I have because I'm pretty sure that he was definitively depicting the Trojans.
Wrong channel, Kyle.
I'm pretty sure that he was very, very accurately depicting them going down by the sea.
Melissa, can you show mine for a sec?
That's cooler than I thought now.
Possible.
So you can make out some of it, but a lot of it gets kind of, because they are going a little quick, I think, writing this stuff down. I have so many that they stuck so much on a single page, and then you get a fancy writer like this.
They were practicing. I actually have a piece of paper I found in the other book that was them practicing calligraphy.
Now, this is actually a piece that one of the museums want really bad. This is from Liberty, Missouri, and it's an agreement for a female teacher, one of the first in the area, and that was my great-grandmother. Mary A. Neal was the one that took all the photographs. So, and it was signed by all the town members. And this is a agreement for payment and to hire her as a teacher to make $25 per month. And this is 1853 or 1854, Liberty, Missouri. And the trustees of the district number 8, I'm not sure that, something county. So fun stuff. I've got so many that are so extremely difficult to read. Some of it is because of the paper that they're writing it on. Now this is from a kid. This is a lot younger stuff. But it's pretty interesting when you start going through all this stuff and you start finding some of this stuff. And then I have neat stuff like this. Here's a piece of wood that was to help remember a trip that a bunch of boys went on. And my grandmother's first husband and a bunch of his friends, there he's Neil, had signed, they all signed this, and there's a little bit of the story of where they went, and that this was a cutting from one of the trees, or the, I think, willow tree. And this is 1849.
Damn. Guys remember past scenes?
The neat thing is, this is the man that I've talked about that wrote like Abraham Lincoln. He talked about how blacks would marry whites and it'd be a normal thing, except he did it 20 years before Lincoln did. And I have a huge journal of his writings, and his writings are awesome. He went to a medical college and wrote about his trip from 3 towns away and all the waterfalls that he had to go through to get there. And he described the towns, the smells, the sounds. It's awesome. Makes you feel like you're there. He was quite a writer. Unfortunately, he died when she's being hired here. In this one, he had actually either just died or was dying. So he wasn't a very healthy man, and going out into Indian territory did him in. Yeah, fun stuff. I love this stuff. I've got so much history on my family, and I try to do my best with it, but I'm so overwhelmed by it, and I only have a couple people helping me, and starting to get a few more, though.
Wish I had more.
Stern, did you
Yeah.
tell Rich what I'm hoping, what I did, what we did?
No, I'm confused.
There's several pages
For
talking about
23.
Oh no, yeah, I don't know if he knows. No, yeah, I don't think he does. I have not talked to Rich about it. I might be able to get some info because of Ubi. That'd be cute.
I couldn't take it anymore. I said, I'm buying you a 23andMe. We're going to find some of your people. This is what's happening.
For who?
For Stern.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because I've never met anybody on my father's side of the family. Yeah, he died and they won't answer the phone. So I don't know what he looks like. They're a bunch of b-holes.
So this is a waxy paper. So my oldest is 1797 or 1796, something like that. And it's actually from a direct grandmother. And then I've got all the old newspapers from all the towns that my family lived in.
That's nice.
So, and all the deaths of all the family members, and he was actually a really important guy in northern New York. He was one of the pioneers. Fun stuff.
I think this feels old.
Oh, how long ago did History Man leave?
He said bye. You acknowledged the bye and reciprocated with a goodbye.
Well, sometimes manners are just that automatic. I don't know. But
Okay, that happened.
And I've got boxes and boxes of newspapers, whole newspapers.
That's cool.
It was 1860. Here's 1877. The Democrat. And this is actually Woodland, California.
How the hell do you have? How the hell do you have all that shit? How do you have all that shit? Are you a vampire?
This is older than Hector.
That's my friend Tim that said hello in the chat that I was trying to help get him some subs since he has like
Rich
9
is
now.
younger than I am. It's just he has a longer history than I do. Mine in 2 different places.
My family
Here, let me get myself.
were the Eastman family that were part of Kodak. So they
Midnight.
had a lot of money and endless amounts of film and chemicals. So they were able to take as many pictures as they wanted. And I have probably like 10,000 photos. Half of that is before 1900. And it's all family.
I don't have any family history before 1950.
As of right now, I only know half of my family history, and I don't know a portion of that. I know that I'm related to the Hatchfields from the Hatchfield McCoys.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually related to that family too. I'm not sure which one. I think
I don't.
Fields.
I don't know
You'll have
how.
to get together with me on that one because I might already have a bunch of that one.
That would be cool. Yeah, I don't know how exactly. I mean, I think it was a married in like early on, but yeah, it was a. Yeah, I'm absolutely positive that was a statement I heard was a statement by one of my grandparents.
Oh, here's the journal I was telling you guys about. I forgot what I had done with this thing. Let's see if I can find some of the stuff where he talks about. Because this is 1840s or late 1830s. Oh, looks like 1844 here. But he wrote just beautiful stuff. And in this is a whole bunch of pages, and it's got, you can see where his education got better and better, and his writing got harder and harder.
I was gonna say the handwriting is actually pretty good in that next page.
Yeah, he was educated, but when he was writing this, he had just started his education, and the school required him to keep a journal, so they kept a journal. A lot of this is from Homer College, a medical college that he was using to become a doctor.
That was a family member of yours?
I wish. He was actually my grandmother's first husband, like my third great grandmother, the one that took all my photos.
Gotcha.
She ended up marrying into a family that had 14 children, and she gave the man 3 more. So they had 17 children.
Yeah.
Them some childbearing hips.
They didn't
Yeah,
fuck
they
around. They
owned,
didn't fuck around, huh?
The bigger part of Kansas City, Missouri.
I guess, well, I said they didn't fuck around. I guess they really did. Fuck a bit.
They fucked all around.
They definitely fucked around. I think that.
You go for the gusto. I would have.
What else are you gonna do in 1840? Might as well.
Here's
Make
a picture
cameras
of
when
her.
you're rich.
That's her right there in the middle.
Wow.
It's like
Only was easy to
1905.
find.
Here's my grandfather. And this is his real father. This is a man that did some bad things in the family, and the family took him on a hunting trip that he didn't return from.
Dude, family justice, hardcore, thug life.
Absolutely.
Oopsie. or gave him some money and said, "Don't come back." Yeah.
No, he ended up
You don't touch children.
injured badly, and about 20 years later found in an insane asylum.
Oh wow.
So I think they beat the living crap out of him and shot him.
I see.
I bet he touched some little something underage because that's what you do.
Yeah, I'm sure it was something like that. There was
That called for that sort of action to be taken. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Rich. So I was telling Tim about you and the woodworking and furniture building and the speaker boxes and stuff like that. So,
oh,
yeah, maybe after this, maybe talk about that.
sure. Yeah, I was actually in
He's not in the room anyway right now. So.
oh shoot, I can't think of the name of that. Architectural Digest. I was in Architectural Digest a bunch of times with my work.
Wow.
Did some real custom stuff. I worked in Napa County where all the wineries were back in the 70s.
Oh,
And I did wooden books and all kinds of different display items to display their stuff. I did a freestanding cognac and cigar tasting table that was portable. Had cognacs that were like $175 for little tiny bottles and crazy stuff. The book, I sold the book for $5,000. Spent about a week and a half on that one. That one was really cool. But yeah, I show a lot of my coin collection on the walnut table. I have a walnut table that opens to 12 feet.
That's a
Called
fucking
black
stupid
walnut.
heavy table. I've moved one of those. It was Russian and it was custom flown in, and it was the heaviest thing I've ever lifted in my life. So I interrupted because of how much that thing sucked.
Yeah. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back.
The fucking tables are not a goddamn joke.
Me too. I got a tinkle.
And the military sergeant who owned that table was also no fucking joke. But he was such a turd.
Who's talking? I don't know who's talking.
Oh, I was. I'll be straight.
Oh, okay. All right, gotcha.
I'm looking for my sampler. It's getting very frustrating.
I was just looking around. I was looking for somebody's shit to be moving. Who else talking? All right. I apologize, sir.
That's my phone makes me look. Makes everything I want to do ineffective.
Hmm? Why is everybody peeing at the same time?
I'm not peeing. I'm trying to look for a stapler so I can put this in appropriately away.
Is that a American Indian?
Yeah, it's an 1860 Indian.
Yeah. Well, the fucked up thing is I have some really old coins that my grandpa had in these drawers. Was in these drawers over to my left hand side. And I was gonna come in and show them off, but I can't fucking find them.
Oh, that sucks.
So I don't know. I don't know if my aunt stole them after he died or what, but I knew they used to be in these drawers.
I'm on the side of hoping nothing happened to him because that shit sucks.
And I remember looking them up. They weren't really worth anything, but they were really old.
Man, I can't find all kinds of stuff right now. This is getting weird.
I can't remember what the fuck they were. Man.
Like I gave up on finding one thing. So I'm trying to
Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Fuck they were.
Don't you know?
Don't you know?
Oh, what you doing there, Holmes?
Oh, wow, you put a soundboard right there? That's a good idea.
I'm out of the way.
I like the chair. Dude, I'm not
I like
that
that.
one.
I had to kind of fix it, but man, it's decent. I like it as a monitor speed. It worked really good for that.
Cool. Now I can see what the internet speed is since I'm out here.
This thing's still going there too. It hasn't sleep. I believe I thought it shut it off. I guess it turned back on.
I just unplug it.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I like mine. I don't really use it hardly that much anymore.
I took the Roku out of there though, just because I was gonna use it to look at the TV, but I didn't.
All right,
Just Fire Sticks.
listen, if you want to put me,
Heck yeah.
I'll show you guys my kitchen and stuff. I've never shown you guys this before. This is the wood frame and panel door that I built with a solid raised panel. This is Honduras mahogany. I created this molding that would allow me to insert these panels. Doing that. There's my upper cabinet. There's a big crown molding there. I don't think I got a picture of. That's an appliance garage that's under the corner. Everything stays plugged in, the toaster, the blenders. That's my one of the base cabinets. That's actually a garbage can right there. That's a dishwasher. Maple butcher block. The old sink. Mealy dishwasher. It's pretty nice. Country sink. This is all knotty pine. The rest of the kitchen is Honduras mahogany, but the island is made out of the pine, stained a little differently. That's underneath one of the drawers showing the hidden self-closing glides. This was done like 15 years ago, 17 years ago. It's one of the verticals on the island, all fluted. There's my walnut table. The ends are round. There's a cove that's rounded. That's all rounded all the way around the ends. See, the legs are bowed. They sit on a little pod, little bun feet. So that's all pieces that I had to glue together or do out of really big pieces to make all these fluted pieces. And I have one of these on each end. It opens to almost 13 feet. And I've completely filled it with coins and silver. I have 50 pounds of silver in one of my videos on it. Takes up the whole table. That's my island. Yeah, I don't think I've ever shown this stuff. So that's my kitchen that I did about 16 to 18 years ago. But I did private tasting rooms. I did the homes of all these winery people, the owners, and there was a country club, Silverado Country Club, with all the tennis there were tennis stars there too, but it was mostly golf stars and stuff. And I wasn't into any of that, so they'd come in and some of my help would get all excited, and it's like, oh, no, I don't know who that is. Sorry. But yeah, it was fun. I did stuff for some 49ers and it's Oakland or the Raiders. I did some stuff with those guys. There was a bunch of them that lived in the valley. Just one of the kitchens that I did was over $100,000, and it wasn't installed and it wasn't finished. It was a raw wood.
I think my favorite.
Over $100,000, and it wasn't installed and it wasn't finished. It was a raw wood. I'm sorry. Your favorite?
Yeah, my favorite story is when you said that people would come in and ask where the owner was at. Or who was, because you'd be back in the shop working on something.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I owned my business at 21 or 22 years old. Got lucky. I took over for a real genius for woodworking that taught me a bunch, but my family has been doing woodworking since the mid 1800s. So we had a sawmill that was the only sawmill this side of the Mississippi, and I know it was a big deal about how long it took to get the saw blade out there, and a lot of interesting story. My history and woodworking goes way back. So a lot of fun. I did speakers to start with. That's what I had a stereo system that was just crazy stereo, because I went to so many concerts and got used to the real nice sound that I got a stereo that matched. And back in the early 70s, it was capable of putting out 1500 watt Mac peaks per channel, which is like a radio station. My speakers were over 6.5 feet tall. Each one had 4 12-inch bases, had a 5-pound magnet on an Altec Lansing horn for mid-range, and then these real special ribbon tweeters. My house was built just for the sound. Had a angled ceiling, had extra thick cement floors, had a sunken pit to get your ear level down. Went to a lot of work trying to create that, and it worked out really good. I had mega parties at my house. So lots of fun. Had a lot of money at the time, so I got to splurge on things like that. And I've been spoiled ever since. Just like my computer, because I have like 200,000 pennies, mostly in original bank wrapped rolls. And I turned in the high grade ones and was selling them for $800 to $1,200 a piece, and selling a couple of them every month to pay my bills. And then I did a bunch to build a computer system so I could keep doing my video editing, and that one is like 10 grand for the computer. Cost me like $300 or $400 in grading fees and coins that cost me face value. But yeah, fun stuff. I actually have videos on that computer. Fun stuff. I'm spoiled. I've done a lot of fun things.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I leave my computer on for a week at a time and do video editing and all kinds of stuff. Melissa, you're muted. I don't know if you realize.
I don't think she heard you. Hey, Kyle, I don't see your channel name. Is it not Kyle?
My channel name is. There's really no point in going there. Completely different thing, but it's in the chat. Kyle8769.
Huh.
So what kind of woodworking did you do?
Okay.
Well, I mean, I've had my channel since 2005. I've done a bunch of different shit throughout the years. I used to do beer reviews. I've done grilling videos. Like last couple of years, I just do hangouts where jam out, just hang out with people. I mean, it's changed. I mean, I don't have any really. Like my channel started with my car. I used to drag race, and then a lot of my videos aren't there anymore.
How come?
So what were you racing? What
I was racing a Camaro.
What kind of times were you getting?
Pro class.
You doing quarter mile?
Hold on. What'd you say?
You doing the quarter mile?
Well, I have done the quarter mile, but the track that I raced at is an eighth mile.
Oh,
and,
see, I wasn't good at that one.
It was like so like if you finished, I think it was the top 8 of the points in my track, then you get invited to go to Indianapolis and race, which I got a couple times. Then you go race the quarter mile.
What was your best quarter mile time?
IRP.
11.9, which is it was 11.9. It was 11.9 to 11.94, and like when you do bracket racing, you want to hit. You don't want to break out. You don't want to go faster than you're dialing. So yeah.
And when I was doing the racing, I wasn't doing the bracket stuff. I was just trying for best time, trying to beat my buddy's Volkswagen. His Volkswagen was doing 10.5 seconds. And I ended up doing it too at 132 miles an hour with my big old giant Dodge.
Pretty fucking fast.
Yeah, had a 446 pack motor with it was all balanced, blueprinted. I mean, it had all Schneider interior stuff on it. It was full race, and had a 360 Offenhauser tunnel ram that ran an 1120 CFM carburetor, and it just ate the gas, man. But it cooked. It was a great. Had
That is very fast.
456 rear end, and
He's over here just shaking his head, going, "Oh my gosh!"
it was a lot of fun. And the great thing about that is I saw the car built, but it was my buddy's car. And then when he went to college, he had nowhere for it to go, so he sold it to me for $1,500.
The blue tape is not like painters tape.
It was crazy.
I got some like.
So I raced it a whole bunch of times. And
I got a whole thing
pulled the front wheels off the ground.
that the silver cart.
Yeah, I raced a couple cars throughout my life.
So I meant to mute myself, not be yodeling at the.
Yeah, I only got it once, and it was by a guy had one of those trick rear ends that you could switch out the gears really easy.
Yeah.
Ratio?
Gear ratio.
Gear ratio.
Yeah, I had a four. What the fuck is it? 410?
Yeah, the 456s was just mean. I'd offer them $100 to grab off the dash, but nobody could ever do it.
Yeah, but that really fucks with your top speed because your RPMs go up so quick.
Yeah, that's why I would have done better in the 8th mile, because quarter mile I was already topped out. So I have a picture of my motor that I just had earlier today, but of course not seeing it now.
I guess they call it lower geared, but I mean the numbers get higher. I don't know why they call it lower geared.
Yeah, the 456, oh my gosh, I could take off in 3rd gear and still beat most people. I beat all the Interceptor motorcycles because I was doing this in the late 70s. And yeah, the Interceptor, well, in the Cowie triples, like the 750 Cowies, oh, they were so fast, but I got so much traction. The guy who created the dual into quad link suspension for drag cars is the one that did my suspension. His name was John Willickley. Sears Point.
I had two Camaros. I had a 2001 SS and I had a 91 Z28, and the 91 was slower, but it had the trans brake with the button,
yeah,
the box or whatever.
Well, you're from Illinois.
Yeah.
See, and I had that Vertigate shifter because of having 456 gears, I had to just kick through my gears, because if you didn't, you'd red light, pop it. There's the motor. That's the little carburetor, though. I wasn't running the big one at the time because it just ate too much gas. I'd go for a cruise and it'd eat half a tank in the center.
Tall ass motor.
Big old tank. But yeah, that was a fun one. It didn't look special under the hood, but it was a monster. All the work had been done on the inside. All the stuff was Schneider. It was a Dodge Cornet built inside a VW shop. So they used all German parts, Schneider. And so they built a American Dodge inside a Volkswagen shop and used all German parts.
I knew Tim would love hearing you talk, because every time you said that, he's like,
Yeah, that's a special 360-degree Offenhauser tunnel ram that it was all polished and stuff. It just pumped the gas through. Perfect mix for my car.
Oh, you got damn.
And the funny thing is the hood scoop on this was so big I could barely see over it. And in fact, with the hood scoop off and this velocity stack on here, when I had the filter on the velocity stack, you could see it from behind the car when you were sitting in a car behind it, because it was sticking over the top of the car.
Even I knew what that
meant. It is a crazy car. The cops pulled me over so many times, and they just made me pop the hood.
Can we see that?
You're a car nerd.
Well, I tell you, my day was opposite. Mine was the song. You ever heard the song "Lowrider"?
Yeah, absolutely.
Those are the kind of cars that I was hanging around with when I was in high school.
Low
Those slow.
ride.
Yeah, see, I had a couple of riders.
And then when I got to college, I bought my first car, a 1973 240Z Datsun. That little puppy was fast. I just noticed something right now on your webpage, Kyle. You don't happen to be a Bears fan, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, Bears.
Not Bears. Okay. I've been a Bears fan since 1968.
I've been a Bears fan since I was born, so you've been longer than me.
Well, the only thing is that one of my dad's cousins was the field maintenance guy on the Soldier Field.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously you probably still watch it. What do you? I don't want to bore the chat, but what do you think about switching the Foles
Switching the what?
to Nick Foles?
No, I don't like it.
I don't either.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, we were 2-0, and then
Yeah, but you know something.
he threw one interception, and it was over.
Yeah. Well, I don't like the. I always say the Bears have always been a good defensive team. Matter of fact, right now I think the defensive team has scored more points than the offense did in the last 5-6 years. And I don't know. It's just that we always are lacking offense, especially a quarterback.
Well, I think we should have built our offense more around Trubisky's strengths.
Yep.
The way he runs and shit, and the way he moves. Like they want him to be a pocket passer, but he's not.
No, he's a runner.
I think we should have built our offense more around him. So now
Is
it's
that what you
over.
think?
So,
That's why they say they switched to the other quarterback.
Nick Foles.
Yeah.
And then we scored 11 points last week after the switch.
Yeah.
So I mean, different quarterback, worse results. So
Yeah.
what's the problem, coaches? Probably.
Well, look at all the ones we've had in the past.
Yeah.
You don't get along with the players don't get along with the coaches. I don't know. Maybe it's just management. They're not. I don't know. But it's been a long.
I mean, it's something. We're like one of the oldest franchises in the league, and
Yeah.
we only have one champion or one Super Bowl.
85.
Yeah. You know, coincidentally, the year before I was born. But
Yeah. Well,
so I didn't get to see it.
I remember it was a great year. It was a great year.
But yeah, I don't know. So, I don't know. It could be managed a lot better, in my opinion.
You don't think it's the depth of players? I mean, when we had Hester, they were afraid of him all the time. They always afraid to kick it to him, and they always sidelined it, or they short kicked it, or they kicked it short so that he wouldn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And well, I mean, we don't treat our players very well either. Like Urlacher,
Yeah.
he wasn't even going to retire, and they're like, oh, we're just going to give you a shit amount of money, and he's like, well, I don't want to go to another team, so I'm just going to retire.
You think it's the cap?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I thought about that for a little bit, but
I mean, yeah, a little bit. I mean, yeah, but like what the thing about that time period was that we paid Jay Cutler all that money.
Yeah.
And I think that really pissed Urlacher off. Because he was like, because even after like Urlacher retired, he's like, Cutler's not a franchise quarterback, and he was butthurt about it, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't able to stay around, and because they had to give Cutler so much money.
The other thing too, in comparison to the '85 Bears, they were almost a no-name team. I mean, they were butt cheap. I think the one they really paid a lot of money to was what's his name? The quarterback, the one that Mahone,
Jim McMahon.
McMahon, yeah.
Yeah.
He started asking for more money the following year, and all of a sudden he starts getting more options to do a run than pass, and then in '86 they were like not even 500.
Yep. Well,
Where'd you get that one there, Rich?
It's one of the ones I have boxes of, or a full box of.
Unused? Of course, they're unused.
Yeah, these are tubes. So the other ones are
I got
flat.
some of those, but they're not in as good a shape as yours.
Yeah, this was actually an unopened box that I opened. And I still have some of the red label or the red window ones that do all denominations from 1919.
Yeah, that one, the
I've got
something strong.
thousands of Steel Strongs. Probably like 30 or so thousand tubes or wrappers.
Many.
I think he's in the right place. He's got so many interests that mirror our own, not just coins.
Well, in my case, when you're a hoarder and you haven't thrown anything away since 1950 something, I can relate to just about everybody. I just have to find it.
That's like I remembered the speaker thing with Tim. I was like, oh, Tim, you got to hear him talk about this room that he had in the speaker boxes he made.
Oh, in relation to that, I had to fix my Shure Vegas speakers, my 12-inch, woofers, and I had to fix it because the paper had separated. So I found a place. I don't have it right now, but I could fix the cones and the magnets and all the different ones that I thought I lost them for sure. And I've got them operating on the same boxes that came with originally in 1977.
Here's a fun book to read.
5 Weeks in a Balloon. Jules Verne, yeah. Instead of 80 Days Around the World.
It's what ended up turning into.
Under the sea.
So, and one of the things, a friend of mine worked for a billionaire, and he had just these crazy things that were fun to see. I got to play an original board game from the 1840s that was around the world in 80 days.
Yeah, like
yeah, it was worth thousands and thousands of dollars, I'm sure. And we played it.
What's the copyright on that year, Rich?
There isn't one.
There isn't one?
No.
Any print date on it anywhere?
Nope. I was trying to find it, but nope. Now this other one's pretty neat because this is the history of, and these are the ones I enjoy because they're before U.S. started changing the history to go along with what they wanted everybody to believe.
Right.
So there's a lot of this stuff you're reading where, the original tribes and stuff were the ones that dominated in the wars because, well, they were already fighting each other's and they were in their native land. So, of course, they were hard to do in and won most of the wars, but not according to U.S. history. This is 1836. So my oldest ones are mid-1700s. Yeah, it's fun. So in something we were talking about the other day with my grandkids, my granddaughter got all excited because she found out that we had relations back to the Mayflower. And it's like, yeah, but don't tell anybody. She's like, why wouldn't you tell people that? That is so cool. It's like, yeah, but those people starved to death and they turned into cannibals. And you don't want everybody to know that your family was descendants of those people. Scary stuff. But yeah, those people starved to death. Most of them, half of them died.
Donner's the early years now.
Oh, Donner Party. Yeah, there's another one that.
Way.
we had missing family at that same time in that same area, but they weren't part of the Donner Party. But they were right there. They were one of the ones that went through right before. So they made it through just barely, and the Donner Party got trapped. So, and that's actually in some of my journals and handwritten letters from family talking about that stuff.
That's wild.
I read it in 6th grade, the actual journal of one of the survivors that was writing detailed. It wasn't that it was gory. It was just that it was just actually what they did in order to survive. You know.
Oh yeah. Well,
and the one caption I remember, they were saying, well, I forget who the person I was reading, because it's been many years ago, but they said that they would bury people according to their families, and they would go to wherever they buried them in the snow, and they wouldn't go to a certain place because they know that's their family. So they made a pact they wouldn't eat each other. They wouldn't eat their family's own meat off their bodies.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, scary stuff. And what a sad thing to have to think. I can't imagine getting to that point.
That's like the soccer team that crash landed in the Andes.
The movie Alive. After my first plane ride ever, I was like 13. My cousin's mom had rented that, like a stack of movies. I was in there, and I was like, "Man, I'm glad I'm here for like 2 weeks because at least I'll be over it like midweek." Thanks a lot, you guys.
No, it's like being afraid of snakes, and all of a sudden you see a movie on a plane that snakes get loosed on the whole place. That's kind of far-fetched.
Snakes on a plane. Oh yeah, this guy is John. I'm gonna say Whittier, but my stepdad found that in one of the storage units, and I was like, it's probably just a reprint. I'm like, I don't know.
Alexander Smith.
Alexander, what
order?
And then
what's up, Richard and not Kyle, 710.
Annie Larnfeld?
31 high.
That sounds funny.
I'm serious.
You know who I read quotes from a lot lately? Whoops. Was that Stern? No, he's not even here. Will Rogers, Senior.
Roy Rogers?
Will Rogers. Roy Rogers is a cowboy.
I know.
No, so was Will Rogers. Except he was Oklahoma farmer. The Prince and the Pauper. I remember that one too.
That's part of a set of 8 books.
And they made it into the Disney, Was that part of No, that wasn't Fantasia. That was like the Mickey that they did. Where the broom danced.
Fantasia.
And now,
Yeah. I was agreeing with you. I just said it again. So
the Swiss Family Robinson book goes back quite a ways. I think that's 1820s or 1830s. And when you read the original one, all it talks about is how they ate every creature, including the rats. And I mean, it's hilarious because there's hardly any story to it. Disney really did good with it because they created a story of it. It's just a survival story when you read the originals.
That I did not know that until now, because when I was little, in kindergarten, we went to Disney World, and all I wanted to do was I wanted to go to Swiss Family Robinson and go walk through that,
Yeah, the tree.
Yes, and the like swinging, the rope suspended bridges and stuff.
Yeah. You mean in Disneyland?
Huh?
You mean in Disneyland, or you mean
Disney World in Florida, not Disneyland?
Oh, yeah. Well, Florida for me is like too far away.
Yeah, I've never been there. Only the regular Disneyland. And my parents actually
Disneyland
went
and Epcot.
the year that Disney opened. My parents both went as kids. Well, older kids.
Mm-hmm.
So, and my mom said that she remembered that all the blacktop was so soft that all the ladies were getting their high heels stuck in it and pulling their shoes off.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of walking for heels. A lot.
You got to remember, people dressed different back in the 50s and 60s.
Well, yeah, that's what I would say. Even the pictures that History Man had up, like that. It was like, people look happier.
It's funny that the pictures that he shows are actually when I was growing up or my early adult age years, because everybody who went to a movie wore a shirt and tie and a jacket.
Yeah, you dress.
You never went in t-shirts. As a matter of fact, the word t-shirt is underwear from my dad's day. I mean, you could not go outside the house with muscle t-shirts or what they call wife beaters.
Yeah, like my grandpa, he would do that in the summer when it was hot, hours after dinner, and he'd still have his like socks on up around his calves and his loafers. And I'm like, why, Grandpa? Like, I know your feet have got to be uncomfortable. But
if you saw the pictures of high school in the 60s versus the 70s, where it got to be more long hair and beards and mustaches, and high school, girls couldn't wear pants in high school.
Oh yeah, and I think right after that's when they did let them wear pants. My mom was like, if you wore jeans to school, you were a skank. You should have worn polyester suits. I'm like, what are you even telling me?
No, really. I went to Catholic high school, so all our girls wore skirts. The plaid kind of skirts and with the white top and the long socks to their knees.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they would leave the house the way they're supposed to be dressed, and when they get to high school, they start rolling up the skirt until it was mid-thigh, and the sisters of the Holy Cross would come out, and they would use a ruler above their knee. Oh, can't do them. No, can't do this. No. And that was funny because we measured a girl's. I shouldn't even say that. How short she was.
I'll go get a refill. Love you, Hector.
What do you think about our kicker, Donald?
Patrick O'Donnell?
O'Donnell, the kicker. You like him?
The punter?
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah. He's kind of small.
Sancho or whatever the fuck his name is.
We got that other guy.
Eddie Pinheiro?
Yeah, Pinheiro.
He's been hurt with a groin injury.
Yeah. He's the one that wears the offset shoe.
I didn't know that. But.
Well, they call it off shoe means that he's got two different shoes on.
He's not really worth a fuck either. To be honest with you.
So many. Yeah. Thank you.
You can't be any worse than Cody Parkey though.
Well.
Old double doink himself.
How about DB Fuller? You like the band? It's pretty fast, though. I can tell you that.
Who?
DB Fuller. Kyle Fuller. Number 20.
What about Captain Beefheart?
What?
Captain Beefheart.
Who's that?
He sang Frownland. It was a band, actually.
Oh.
Now, you know how I always talk about Wild Bill? Like, he's been on YouTube like less and less, but he's kind of been coming around again. One night, I was on You might know him, Dirty Water Jones, that does arrowhead hunting, and he's a history buff too. Like on, oh gosh, Civil War, World War One, two, stuff like that. Like, yeah, he's got a pretty vast working knowledge of it. But anyway, he usually always plays music in the background. And Bill says, "Tell him to play this song." And so I typed it in, and I looked it up on YouTube. And oh my god! And I was like, "You guys don't have to look through it." I was like, "I want you guys to still like me." Because it was a hot dumpster mess. I'm pretty sure it was people left over from the Manson Ranch or something.
I looked into that with you.
Yeah, it would sound like a marching band, jazz. I don't even know what.
Fucking jumbled up mess of something.
Yeah, and I'd be doing worse than frowning. Oh my gosh. And Bill, oh my God, Bill cracked up because they started to play it, and I was like, no. And he's like,
So that order saying no, laughing out loud. I'm taking a YCH. Like the toilet.
oh, I love them too in chat. They crack me up so bad.
Oh, we lost Kyle.
Oh, I was like, if I didn't know any better, you know, I mean, you'd think they were brothers or something. Just the way they go at each other, it's so funny.
And then Senhorter says, Alexander, yes. If it's played, I have original AU rolls though. Senhorter says midnight. Senhorter says emoji, Hector. It feels like I'm getting a little sleepy now.
Oh, he was laughing because you read the YCH comment.
Oh.
I'm taking a YCH. Like the toilet.
There's a word I never associated the word Johnson with my Johnson.
Are you kidding me?
No. This is where I found out. I was in my mid-50s. I was at a school that I was new to, and I had an African American boy. His last name was Johnson, and this is how particular kids were in those days. He went into the office because I kept calling him Mr. Johnson.
Bless your heart.
And I thought I was just giving him respect, right?
Right.
Well, the vice principal called me into his office, and Ron tells me, "Hey, Hector, I don't know how to tell you this, but when we start he and hawing, and he didn't know how to say this. Do you know the word that you use as Mr. Johnson? I know totally that you're using it out of respect, but the boy does not. The boy's name, I don't remember his first name. I just remember calling him Mr. Johnson. And telling me, trying to figure a way to tell me in a nice way that what I was using to him was his Johnson. Right. That's like saying, it's like me telling me that my name's Juan, I'm going to go to the John. Like that? He goes, yeah.
What a bully. More like, he's like Bart Simpson calling the bar with the name.
Because the parents even called up and says, don't use our last name. Okay, what am I supposed to call him for Mr. what? Mr. D-I-C-K? Do I call him that? Better?
Phil, a.k.a. Bella's dad, got me one night with that. We were talking about a bunch of different actors. They were just jumbling everything together. And then he said, oh, a Richard Cranium. And I was like, I don't know. And I started looking it up. And then this beautiful picture came up. I was like, you buttholes.
Olympics, Japan. Am I right?
Yeah,
For you?
I've got like 7 rolls of these.
Wow, those are nice. Are they clad?
No, they're silver. I think they're 80%. The neat thing is the people that I got the big collection from, they actually went there for the Olympics and got them.
Wow.
So, and see, they had of course, it's a little medicine bottle that they kept it in and used real cotton. and it kept them pretty nice.
That's good because you know how many hands touched them from a certain point on, then too.
Yeah. Oh, fingerprint on that one though.
Uh-oh. That's one.
Yeah, but
Knock
see,
$5 off of it.
keep in mind these people were the type that would have claimed the coins because the coin clubs told you to, because they were collecting coins from the 30s up.
I still
Can you
can't
imagine collecting coins in the 30s? Oh man, that would have been so awesome.
Those coins. I'd like to fell on the floor.
Was that in '64, the Japanese Olympics?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Mexico was '68.
A lot better. Things gonna be all tangled and such a mess.
And I have a bunch of the
Is
big
Kyle
ones
back?
too. So, and I was also trying to show this book. Here, let me move the coins out of the way. This is Gulliver's Travels.
Hey, Rich, it says that the '64 Tokyo Olympic coin is 60% silver.
Oh, is it 60? I couldn't remember.
Yes, sir.
I have it written on one of them, but I've kept most of them in the tubes that they had put them in.
At the current silver price, it's $5 worth.
Cool. I probably have about 300 of them.
Oh,
Maybe a little bit more.
It's only 300.
wow, that's 300.
Just 300.
Here I buy an Indian head. Oops, sorry. For $1.
Gulliver's Travels with memoirs of the author, 1864.
Now that's cool.
And reading these ones are so much fun because the stories are so different. You know, they were cooking out of either fireplaces or live fires.
Alexander, those weren't Mexican coins. Those were Japanese commemorative coins of the 1964 Olympics. You know something? I've seen some 68 coins from the Olympics, and they look nice too. I'm not even sure if they're silver. Let me see. America.
Look how much
What do you want the Mexican ones? 'Cause
Huh?
I know you have one and I have one.
Oh, that's nice.
What's that?
That is nice.
Oh,
The Olympic coin.
let's see.
Because there's a type 1 and type 2 because the rings are like at different levels on it or something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, it is. It's the circles, where the bottoms of the circles are. 1 and 2.
Yeah, they have the 25 peso one. That one's 72% silver.
Yeah, because I knew you had one because as soon as I saw it, I was like, I have one of those.
Yeah, Michael Kittle had one that was in a one of those plastic holders, and I wanted to buy it because it had all the different varieties.
I'm pretty sure that's where I picked up that bit of info because I didn't know before.
Well, I didn't know it was that big a coin, but it's 22.5 grams. I'm sorry. Is Kyle still here with us?
Oh, there's Kyle.
Hey, back that guy.
You had him in the bag. In the back?
There we go. No, he said he hit the.
Oh, that happens all the time. There's the Morgans.
Oh, why? Why you gotta do that to me?
It just. Oh my goodness.
By the way, I hope you're still in here.
My little grandkids pulled these out the other day and had so much fun.
Let me ask you something,
I would too.
Rich.
Yeah.
I have these really cheapy, capsules for. I put a bunch of pennies in them, and I had my grandson put the rubber ring that goes inside them. I put them in front of him. It must have been only like a roll or maybe 20 of them. and I put it in front of him. He was there for an hour, making sure he wore his glove, he used toothpicks to move around. He spent so much time trying to put the pennies in this exactly how they should fit inside it. And he calls me over and he says, "Can you help me? This is hard." So he sat for another 15, 20 minutes, and I show him little tricks here and there. After that, he spent another hour just trying to put them in there. I mean, they weren't like fancy, BU, coins, but it was just the fact that he sat there for 2 hours trying to put them in there. And he was just sitting there like he was doing surgery or something.
So how funny, because with my grandkids, it's just the opposite. They've been around them so many times that it's like building blocks to them, and they just start stacking and knocking them over.
I didn't get to play with expensive coins when I was little, but I can remember just like sitting in my bedroom floor, and now I think, man, there was a lot of copper there. Like thinking back, because this would have been like 85, and just put them all in rows, just to line them up and look and see what all I had. I mean, not that I knew what I was doing with it,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that was from my grandpa having his antique shop and stuff, and or him collecting coins, and my dad, or what. But and then I thought it was so weird when my grandpa's dementia was Alzheimer's, whichever you want to call it, was really bad. I'll never forget, because I got kind of upset about it, and it wasn't anybody's fault, but it was just like a missed opportunity, because I had out this little cauldron of my grandma. She said, "Oh, well, you can go through that." And she's like, "It's been sitting back there by the microwave." So I was laying stuff out, and my grandpa was kind of looking over, and he said, "Well, can I, get some of those?" I said, "Well, sure." And it was just like he started just lining them up, and you could tell he didn't know what he was looking for, and I know he used to know. And Scott had came back from the restroom and back into the kitchen, and I just looked at it, and I kept kind of like eyeballing at my phone, and like for him to pick it up, and he didn't know what I was getting at. And I said, "Man," I was like, "We'll never get another opportunity to have, some documentation of that moment of like us looking at coins together." And I was like, "That sucks so bad." And I mean, at least in his obituary, they put in there, about him coin collecting and stuff. I was like, they put that in there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was like, that was for me,
I got really lucky because when my grandmother had Alzheimer's so bad and dementia, she was actually stuck back in the beginning of her life. So she didn't recognize anybody because to her, she was a kid. And so when I started showing her pictures on the big screen with the help of my camera, and I was showing these little locket photos of her sisters, she came alive and just went nuts, saying, "I've never seen such big pictures of my sisters before. That's so-and-so. This is right before her birthday," and just went into all this detail that I had never heard before. And it was so awesome. I recorded her for 3 hours doing this through all the pictures. And anything that was beyond her, well, up to almost teenage, she had perfect, but anything after that, she didn't recognize that. But she would also say things like, "Wow, that really looks like one of my family members, but they're too old." So, and it was actually that family member. But yeah, that was so cool. And I was lucky that I had the pictures because I had never done that with her before. And I had names on most of them, but she gave me middle names, birth dates, where they were born, everything. It was just amazing. And how sad somebody who's that lost in life, but yet that right on about actual facts or the time they're stuck in.
That reminds me that when my dad was in rehab, there was this feeling that the people that were in there were just not communicating, or they weren't connected, or people passed them by and they didn't say much to them. And then after my dad passed away, after 2 years, just recently, there was a song that it was in Spanish, and it was talking about singing to people in a nursing home, and all of a sudden, just like you're talking about, Rich, that all these people woke up. There were people that were married couples. There were older people, and they say more than 80, some 90.
So
And
like
all
my grandparents. Yeah.
yeah, when they heard the song, that was a very old one, or something that she did that reminded, they all started singing. And all of a sudden you hear them wake up and they're clapping and they're singing. And I think those things, I don't want to get that way. I want to make sure that I still have friends that are going to be my age as long as they're alive. And I'm going to make friends as young as possible,
Yeah. Well, like my grandpa he liked to go to parties and go play checkers with his friends in the morning, and he still did like the checkers competitions and stuff like that. And I
that's
think
cool.
he'd had a really just, well, to the guys that were around him all the time, like they, had called my grandma and said, "Hey, I think you need to come get him," because he was about to just like keel over. And then they were like, "Oh, it's vertigo," and it just seemed like after that it's just the decline started. I don't know.
I suffer from vertigo horribly.
Yeah.
What is vertigo anyway?
It's when you're like, the worst time is when I'm in a car at a stop sign or a stoplight, and the car beside me seems like it's rolling. So I always hold my brake extra hard because it feels like I'm rolling backwards, or the cars around me are moving when they should be still. I get dizzy really easy. I feel like I'm going backwards all the time.
Well,
So,
you kind of go, whoa. Like,
yeah, luckily for me, I go mostly one direction, but yeah, my other family members go both ways. And you see them grab hard onto things when they're in the car and stuff because they feel like they're moving when they shouldn't be.
It's funny because I remember my grandma was sick, with cancer, and this is when I was like 4 or 5 years old. And I remember going to her room and giving her medicines, and she always lit up when the grandkids came in. And it didn't matter how painful she was, how much pain she was in, or the mood that she was. It brought her out, And so I usually had a habit where, taking my sister and I. She was 3 and I was almost 5. We'd always go and visit her, straight. We didn't go anywhere else. We didn't go with my cousins the same age. We went straight to her room, and we would sit there. And my aunts would tell us, "No, Grandma's she's tired. She's got to take some rest." And then my grandma would say, "No, sorry, no, leave them here. They're okay. Just leave them. I feel a lot better when they're around." So I always figured that the pain of being alone is worse than the pain of physical pain.
Yeah. Well, the physical pain, when you deal with it every single day, it dulls out and you get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
And you change positions and you create new pains and stuff. That's the reason why so many people get stuck in certain positions, because they get used to that and the pain's less. Because, for me, I have to be slightly elevated on a flat bed for most of my time. Same thing with when I'm doing my day with my kids. I'm on a special recliner that's pretty much flat. It's just barely raised, and I'm just lucky they can come to me and do everything. So,
like the Jerry chairs.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's almost like a recliner, but it's longer.
So, and my oldest granddaughter's having some serious issues right now. Well, I call them serious. They're not serious, but frustrating issues where she has a problem standing still. She does little circles,
like the pivot, like you.
Yeah, and
I do that. I used
She's
to do that.
sitting, and it hadn't happened to her before, but boy, she's really fighting it now. She complained to me the other day and confided in me that it's something that she's been trying to hide from her parents. And I told her, don't hide anything like that ever, because the sooner you get diagnosed with what the issues are, the sooner you'll get help. But we've got some medical people in the family, so they've started down that journey with her. But she's always she's a tapper. She taps things a lot and does things like that. So we know that there's certain issues that she has, but the twirling thing is something new.
Right. I used to. Well, it was after I broken my leg, and I was still had muscle relaxers and Percocet. And I mean, I know, like looking back, people telling me stuff that I said or I did. I just, my head was so clouded. Like I know I would stand in the kitchen and get ready to go into the laundry room, and I'm like, no, I need something out of the living room. No, I need other, and just keep back and forth. And I just finally have to stop myself and go, what was I even doing?
Yeah, I was the same way. I was on so many pain medications. I was on like 6 to 8 medications, heavy ones. And the thing that helped me out was the one doctor that said, that's it, you're on too many medications, let's get you on one. And it completely changed my life. And unfortunately, it was morphine, but it's still what I take, and it's a huge problem solver for me because it does mask things. I'm able to do things that hurt me, and I can't tell until later. But it helps me out a lot with my grandkids because I don't care about hurting later. I'd rather do stuff with them now that they can remember
and enjoy the time. Yeah,
deal with the pain.
Like, you know, I heard I can't do anything with you. Yeah,
and see my grandkids, even my little 4-year-old still expects to be picked up and stuff when I'm walking around, and I'm able to do it a little bit.
Are we still loving Elmo?
Oh gosh, Elmo's already.
Oh God, don't even start there.
Yeah.
My granddaughter is in love with Elmo.
My little
I'm sorry.
35 pounds.
Every time we go to George, there's an Elmo something, we gotta buy it. We go buy. We go buy
toys or Elmo. And he carries around a little Elmo that he takes to his nap. He has a little Elmo, a little ostrich, and one other little character from Monsters, Inc. And he takes those to bed with him. And it's just so cute because and here's another one that he stacks everything in certain orders and nobody can touch them. And but he's already reciting most of the alphabet, and he's 2. He's a smart little boy. My little 3-year-old, but he's 4 now. He just turned 4. I've been teaching him for the last month or so. I did I was a teacher's aide for 2nd and 3rd grade, and I helped out with the younger grades. So I learned a lot of that stuff to help teach them their alphabet and learning to read and that stuff. And so I've been doing it with him. In 12 days, I had him doing his full alphabet. Today, he counted to 50, and we just started that 3 weeks ago with numbers.
That's good.
Oh, smart little boys.
I wonder, what do they have them do for like kindergarten now and stuff? Because I remember it was like you had to be able to tie your own shoes. You had to be able to do the alphabet. And I think it was like maybe count to 50 or something like that.
Yeah, and starting character recognition, recognizing the alphabet. I do flashcards with my grandkids. Even my 2-year-old, we'd play baseball flashcards. So if they say the flashcard, they get to take a base. If they do one that is really hard for them, that's one of their, ones that they don't normally get right, they get a home run. Oh, these kids have so much fun. We do it for hours at a time, and they're just learning so much because of it. So, and my littlest one, the 2-year-old, actually knows more shapes than my 4-year-old because he's been paying attention to when he was doing it with his mom. So he remembers everything. This little kid has a great memory. My other one, he's a little baseball fanatic, and he's stuck on baseball everything. So he hasn't pushed the education stuff until just now. So I love that. My daughter told me if they're going to be there, you need to just start pushing education with them. You know, their oldest is going to start preschool soon. It's like, no problem, because my other ones, they did preschool like one day a week, and then I taught them the rest of it, and I loved that. That was so much fun.
Oh, yeah. I can remember I did half days of preschool at the neighboring town's high school, because they had a class for like the juniors or seniors or whatever, and then they'd spend that class time with us. Like one of them would get half the time, the other one would get the other half, and then they were out of there for the day. But it was easy because of all names, I thought that was kind of weird. Both the girls that were, my person, their names were Roma. It's like, I've never met anybody named Roma since.
I've never met a Roma.
Yeah. And I don't know. About the only thing I remember about preschool was my birthday party and playing, what we now call cornhole, playing beanbags. And these big plastic circle things that hook together, and then you could roll inside of it. It was like a hamster wheel for a kid.
How cool.
And I thought they wouldn't let them have that these days. They'd be like, "Oh, you're going to smash a finger, or you're going to run." We never had any incidents.
I was lucky because my elementary stuff, I had some really great teachers. My third grade teacher, her husband was a woodworker, and he did these pegboard pieces that were hinged. There was 3 pieces to each one, and we would make these huge tunnels with them, and just had so much fun. And she would allow us to do little reading areas, so each of the friends could go to their own little areas, and made everything about being with your buddy and getting to do, the schoolwork. And it was great. I learned more in her class because of that. And then the next teacher was like, nope, you can't be with your friends. Don't talk. Don't do this. Don't do that. And didn't learn anything in that class. And
like, well, what fun was that?
Yeah, you got to make it fun. And the one I TA'd for, she was such a sweetheart. Her name was Cleo. And everything was for the kids. She was the kind of teacher that said, if the kid's having a bad day, totally change everything they're doing so they don't have to do anything and have no expectations. Bad days are bad days, and you don't learn anything on them anyway. It's like, okay, I can deal with that.
I kind of think maybe
this was third grade.
Don't call them out to like answer questions in front of people, like about the stuff you're doing, but just make it like a normal day. I mean, unless it's like something horrible. I don't know.
Yeah, and that neat thing, I've always had a lot of premonitions and stuff, and I've seen a lot of stuff in my dreams that's ended up coming true. And one of the things was my dad went to the school I TA'd at, but they tore down his school. His school was a beautiful old Victorian place, but when I went, I had dreamed about the school before it was ever built and didn't know what I was dreaming about. And then when I went there to be the teacher's assistant for third grade, I recognized it and realized that was what I had been dreaming about. And it was really cool. It was, it's really fun to have that. But I've also had bad premonitions.
Deja vu, or
Yeah. All my life, I've had really bad deja vu, and I think it all relates to the virus because I don't remember masks being in my dreams and stuff, but I always remembered the entire country was being affected, and it was something major. And I always thought it was going to be a major tidal wave or earthquake or something like that. I never
Yeah.
virus. So, which I'm actually relieved about because I can deal with this. This is a lot easier to deal with than.
Oh yeah.
Because my biggest fear was Yosemite blowing up. You know, the volcano in Yosemite taking out half the country.
I can you imagine it'd be so wild.
Oh, 50 miles across on the whatever they call the mouth of the volcano. 50 miles. That's one big volcano.
Yeah.
I think that happened in Yellowstone. That's how big the crater was.
Yeah, I said Yosemite. I meant Yellowstone.
I know. I was thinking Old Faithful, and I was like, no, wrong place, wrong place.
Yeah, it's Yellowstone. And like in Oregon, there's Crater Lake, and it's a beautiful place, but it was actually a volcano, and it blew its top into the next state. I think it's in Nevada or Utah, and it's a mountain, and it actually blew from Oregon. Crazy stuff.
So you guys are planning to move out of California when?
Yeah. And that's the thing they always showed, you know, oceanfront property in Nevada and Arizona. It's like, I don't want to move from California.
I wouldn't want to either. I mean, I think I could tolerate earthquakes.
I have done really good through all the earthquakes. In fact, one of them, my grandmother was here sleeping on the sofa.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so panicked that she was in a panic because of it, because it was a pretty rough one. It rocked us pretty hard. So I go rushing down there, and I'm bouncing down the stairs because it's knocking me into the walls.
Okay, that one.
Finally get to the stair or to the sofa, and she's dead asleep. It didn't wake her one bit. It's like, oh, thank goodness. But man, I could have slowed down going down the stairs. And then this last earthquake we had, I was just not even a mile away from the center.
Wow.
And it was a
16?
A 6.1.
Like that, yeah, because the building started shaking. I was in the next house.
Yeah, it was so weird. We had what, like 2016. That's the last one that you could actually feel here. And that was and what, you know, like the little squatty curved computer, or not computer, like gaming chairs that are on the floor that rock. And all of a sudden it just started going like that. And it was, oh gosh, so I was like 26 and was with and Clifford. Yeah, they're like 3 years younger than me, most of them. But we're sitting there, and I looked at Erin, and she looks at me, and I said, "Girlfriend." She's like, "Homie." I was like, "We're having an earthquake," and she's like, "Oh, forget that." And I'm like, "No, seriously, just hold still." And you can feel it in the apartment building. It just. And of course, that's when like Facebook was like, well, around us was still pretty new. And it was just like, everything was somebody going. I was laying in bed watching the pictures rock back and forth. I'm like, man, it wasn't that bad, but it was enough that you're going, did you feel it? You know, because we're definitely not used to that. It's like there's one every like that you can feel maybe decade. I can't even think of that many. I mean, I can think of maybe 2.
The last one I was in, I thought all my windows were broke out of my house. And I heard broken glass, and it was from all my wine bottles and my glass cabinets. And they tell people to get in the doorways. Don't get in the doorways. I had one door slam open so hard it totally broke a hole into the wall. I had so much damage. My stove got broke.
Oh my gosh.
Major. Yeah, my refrigerator almost went down. Knocked all the food out of the refrigerator. My garage, oh my gosh, my garage was just one giant heap of stuff. It was horrible.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, here,
Here, I think I would probably go out in the middle of the yard between my house and my grandparents because there's no trees that could fall on you there or power lines.
That's the scary thing are the power lines and trees.
Mm-hmm.
So
But-
my poor daughter, she collected Disney globes, the snow globes,
Mm-hmm.
and they all broke, landed on the floor, and the kids ran through them barefooted.
Oh, no.
And so yeah, they all got their feet cut up really bad, and it was horrible. So it was. I think it was almost a 6.
Oh, gosh. Ours was probably like a 0.2.
Yeah, it was the worst.
I know. It was like just going.
Totally changed my attitude on earthquakes because I've been in quite a few. Never a big deal. In fact, I kind of enjoyed watching things to see how far things would rock.
Mm-hmm.
And then that one knocked me out of bed, and I was so sure that all my windows were broken because the noise of the shattering glass was so loud. And it was a bunch of my wine bottles and some of my old champagne bottles, and I had some wine bottles that were those big giant bottles that are like 1.5 to 2 feet tall.
Mm-hmm. Like here, you get service bottles. Kaboom! Yeah.
Yeah, they were signed by the winery owners and worth a lot of money, and they're all gone. Yeah, that was scary. I've never been through anything like that before.
Well, I hope we never have to do again. Definitely.
Oh, it was so sad. My poor little kids were in tears. Oh.
Well, I've been in earthquakes and I've been in tornadoes. I'd rather be in an earthquake.
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been through like an earthquake. Like I felt
Let's put it this way. When you see a house shaking, and it's pretty good at shaking a house, you can go outside. Where you have a windstorm, everything's flying 100 miles an hour at you. Sand, rocks, twigs, branches, trees, and you have to go to the basement in order to get from it, but the house can fall on you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I unless you're in a high-rise building, I'd rather be in a tornado. I mean, I'd rather not be in a tornado. I'd rather be in an earthquake.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here, because, the plains, it's all bean and cornfields and very small towns. And, our thing was, I guess it's just because you practice tornado drills at school so much. You hear the alarm go off like the first Tuesday of the month or something, so they're making sure it works. I don't know. I'm just kind of like, well, to go to the basement, make sure your stuff's charged up that you need to take with you if you're still even, well, I mean, even before there were cell phones, but, like a radio and all that good stuff. But I don't know. I guess nothing's ever like hit here that it's been really devastating. I mean, there was Joplin, Missouri, but that's like over 3 hours away from me. And that was bad. But
so you're in Missouri?
No, I'm in Illinois. I'm like an hour east of St. Louis.
I didn't think you were in Missouri, but you mentioned Joplin. I had family in there from the 1840s and 50s. And I have pictures of Joplin in the beginning.
Yeah, that's a pretty old town. But yeah, when that hit, that it was like Katrina was for New Orleans. Like it was really bad.
Well, because of my premonitions, I've always set my kids up with. They always had the better walkie-talkies and the wind-up radios and flashlights and emergency food and water blankets, all that stuff. I always had these little packs that I made them, and then like every other Christmas, they'd get a new one, and told them to give the other one to family and friends and update them. And
somebody said they have one too.
Yeah. But being a small town thing, I guess that's a total different
Yeah.
outlook. That what my worry was with tornadoes is the whole town going missing, or huge chunks of a town being demolished.
And that's what's so is how it'll just hit a spot, like hit a house or two or a house and a half, skip one, hit another. There's like no rhyme or reason to it. Like there was one, well, the neighboring town, I can't remember how, it's been several years ago, but there was this tree that used to be in front of the bank, and it was a pretty big oak tree, and I mean it ripped it by the roots. It took part of the sidewalk, and nobody made a big deal about it. I was like, yeah, it happens. Because I think it was that same year. We had another like weird tornado. My friend Ashley and I were upstairs in my coin room there. And the air conditioner, it had a window unit upstairs because they had, remodeled that to have the upstairs. And so over the air conditioner, we couldn't hear it, that it was raining, storming, it would quit, the wind, nothing. And we go downstairs and go get in the car, back out of the driveway, and I look, and there's always limbs everywhere after this one. And we were like, what the heck happened? And her mom calls and says, are you guys okay? We're like, yeah, we're fine. We've been at my house the whole time. And she said, did you guys feel the tornado? She's like, it didn't touch down, but it ripped through here. And we were like, we were upstairs the whole time. She's like, you girls weren't in the basement. And we're like, we didn't hear anything. It's like,
so scary.
But it's not, if it was that bad, I don't know. I mean, because there's like what was that? Pine tree that was right by my window. I thought, if that thing would have cracked or something, then we would have been like, oh, like, you don't know.
You know what's scary is that the sun's going to be up in about 2 hours, and I'm going to melt in front of the sun. So I'm going to call it a night. I'm getting a little tired. Excuse me, I get a little tired here. So I'm going to say good night, everybody.
Yeah. What an old fart. Oh.
What's that?
I said, what an old fart.
Okay. All right. All right.
Okay.
I'm turning 64 pretty soon. So, no, something, I'm going to have a better, I didn't sleep last night, and I stayed up doing some stuff with the coins, and man, I got to organize this. I got to get my other office all cleaned up so I can start moving my mother-in-law stuff out and start rearranging that room so that could be my office and my coin room. So I gotta do that. And now that I'm off from the census, I gotta do some applications, and I gotta do, well, I can do that another day. I don't want to go back to work yet. But anyway, it was nice talking to everybody. Hoobie, thanks for letting me come up. Richard, it's always a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, nice.
And everybody in chat, good night. Sleep well. Wash your hands. Put the mask on. And make sure you guys do a lot of having fun with your friends when you get a chance.
Have a good day. Nap, Hector. All of it,
Good night, everyone. Good night, Rick.
See ya.
Hector.
Wow, good night.
Yeah, I'm about ready to bounce too. I told Kyle I would come over to his stream. I know he's not having a real good time right now.
Oh.
Yeah, his mommy's not doing so well, so.
Which Kyle?
Kyle that was just in here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. It's so tough.
She's got cancer in her brain and I think a couple other spots. Yeah, so.
Alrighty.
Kyle's? Yeah, I'll find Kyle's, like, absolutely. But I'm glad you came up. I didn't talk to you in a while.
Yeah, it was nice to see who all you had on. So it's like,
I never answered your email. It's like whenever people write me a long email, I'm like, I need to write a good long one too.
And see, sometimes most of my emails are pretty short. There's a couple people that I do big ones too, but for the most part, mine are pretty short. I think I was telling you about movies and stuff. I think was
5 feet apart. Isn't that kind of weird?
Oh yeah, and that's after. If you haven't seen that one yet, you would really appreciate that movie. Being in the healthcare stuff.
Yeah, I started to watch it and I was like, I'm
Or,
in the right mood to watch it right now. You know.
yeah, you definitely need to be in the right mood.
But I didn't forget it for sure.
No. All right.
All right. Well, hopefully I just won't. Oh, I wasn't quick enough. I was trying to open YouTube to get Kyle's link. I think it's just going to open a new window because when I don't, well, that's what happens. So, come on, let's find Mr. Kyle. I guess if I had my phone, I could look on there and be quicker, but I'm already right here. I can never remember what numbers Kyle has behind his name. 6 something. Nope. Oh, found him. Yay. Okay, getting the link. Bye, Dale. I hope you have a good morning. It's morning for you. Okay, and Kyle is live. I don't know if it's going to say Kyle in front of it. I did type that in front of it, but yeah. So I'm going to go and say hello to Kyle and see how he's doing. And if any of you guys want to come, I'd love it, appreciate it. If you're sleepy, I totally understand. And yep, if not, I'm sure. It's today the 8th. Yeah, we got an auction tonight with Starbucks Jeff at, let's say, 8 p.m. Eastern. I forget already, but it'll be tonight. So. All right, you guys take care.